What's up, crew? Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to Wolf Trading. Let's go. We got Fausto joining us this afternoon, too. How we doing?
Let's go.
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Getting ready for this close. Got a little bit of a bounce at a little correction this morning. I don't know what the hell happened, but all of a sudden
It's been a wild one. I freaking love your charts again. Your charts are the best. Honestly, some of my favorite charts.
It's called the KISS method. Keep it
simple. Exactly.
You know, it's that, and then basically just slap this on over here. Just see where the orders are. Where am I? Right here. There we are. And just check on see where the big blocks are, and see where we are. Watching a lot of selling going on right now with the Tesla up here, having a tough time breaking, but it came back a little bit. Just some of the brand name stocks have been. I have a bunch of swing trades open right now, but as day trading goes, there were a couple of stocks that were pretty good with some earnings that came out.
Yeah, what are you watching?
Well, Hood came out with earnings, and
Hood was an interesting one.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. You know, we do something called a slingshot. I don't know if you guys ever heard it, try it before, but like we do it on earnings. You see, let me bring this up a little bigger. You can see here. So sometimes what we'll do is we'll put you put a trade out of the money order after hours, and you can see how it came all the way down here to 134 and shot right back up to like 343. So
yeah, you try and pick up some of those bids at one of those lows and just hope you get a nice reaction.
Yeah, we call it a slingshot. So you could see a hit right here, you know, in pre-market, you know, like was that 940? Was that like 135? If you had an order out there 135 right after hours, boom, it would have been nice for a nice little 5-6 point route on Hood as a slingshot. But we were watching that, and obviously the market came down. But this is like more of a day trade scout, we call it.
Yeah,
you know, in the after hours. But other than that, I mean, it's a lot of the big earnings already came out. So other than some things are taking some big hits, so just sitting back and watching really right now, see what goes on to the close.
Yeah, do you find yourself trading a bit heavier through the earnings season, or maybe being a bit lighter? I always find myself ending up being a bit lighter, even though we get that added volatility a lot of the time. But it's just I generally like to trade I guess a simpler market or a cleaner market that doesn't have all that added into it. So I'm curious what you're doing there.
Yeah, I'm the same. I kind of trade a little bit lighter because you know what happens is that like I was a market maker, and the analysts out there don't know what the street's doing, so they want to feel out everybody else until the news really comes out, and it's usually what happens after the earnings announcement. It's on the phone call what they expect. And then by the time they realize, and you know, that's kind of playing poker with everyone, you know what I mean? So they don't know what everyone else is doing. And then you really kind of see a little bit more after a day or so if it's going to be a good swing trade or is it going to continue as a day trade, whatever it is. And that's usually how you kind of do it. But I do I'm the same way. I don't trade as much until I start seeing where the smoke clears on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just I don't know. Same with FOMC weeks. Like last week, I'm sure it's similar for you. I literally took one trade on Friday, and that was it. And I'm a day trader. You know what I mean? I like to take my trades throughout the week. I literally took one trade that whole week, and it ended up being a loser. Actually, it was a loser. It was a small loser. Not a big deal. But it's just funny. Like not much opportunity for my style personally. I'm sure, you know, somebody could have found plenty of opportunity last week with the movement. But either way, just for me, no clarity, no clear setups. And so I think it's a big deal when it comes down to these big binary events that are happening or earnings. And, you got to be able to know when to step away. That's really when I see the best traders maybe still getting taken out by the market, is they just don't know when to stay out of the market. So I'm curious, like Fausto, what do you do to, I guess, stay out of these hellish moments in the market? How do you identify these spots and know, hey, maybe I need to be a little lighter, hit the brakes here, or maybe I can be, you know, a little bit more pedal to the metal?
You know, that's a great question. And it's a problem a lot of people have. Everybody feels like they have to trade, you know, but if it's not there, you don't. I tend to trade very, if not any, when the market goes down, unless I want to add of positions. I just don't like what's happening. So when the market's like down, I'm not really trading. I'm just sitting there watching. I'm trying to what's called bottom fish. I'm trying to see what stocks that get really, really beat up, and then maybe when we get a little bit of a rally, a little bit of bounce in the market, then I'll buy. You know, then I'll try to buy it on the rebound. But I'm like you. You're really not supposed to trade too much. I mean, like, so I'm
Less is more sometimes.
yeah, less. Yeah, right. You know, you don't have to trade like Palantir. You know, everyone's talking about. I had some videos. I've been trading Palantir since damn thing was like $60, and I'm so still pissed I sold it so much sooner. It just went up.
I traded that thing back and forth from like 12 to 20, like 10 times. And then like it broke out from 20. And I think I sold it at like 35 and was like, yes, great trade.
You got great trade, right? You think the best.
And
You
it
know,
was a good trade. But then now you look back and you're like, God.
you know, there's a way to kind of to make you feel good about that. Look at some stocks that you probably had and see that got crushed and be like, you know what? If I traded every stock the same way, look at the one that if I held, I would have got destroyed. You know what I mean? So I kind of like try to make myself feel better. Actually, my worst trade was this one. You want to say, if you think Palantir is bad, this one was the worst. Carvana. So we were trading Carvana. It got so hammered. This stock was all the way down to $4. So we were watching this one when it finally broke around like 16. I'm like, oh, this thing's definitely going up. So we got out like somewhere right around here at 40. We thought we were kings. And then we're sitting, we're forgetting about it. And look where it went up to, went to 400. Just an animal. And Carvana, the reason why we like Carvana is Carvana, you know, was a $350 stock. Just shows you how destroyed this stock got. You know what I mean? Went all the way down to $4, and what a big comeback. So this
Amazing comeback.
Huge comeback. Huge
Insane.
Comeback. So and that's what you learn as being a trader. You know, like, listen, there's going to be more like that. As long as you're still in the game, that's what's most important, you know?
I want to ask you, we had one of our channel members send a super chat here asking about Tesla. Big picture down to like, he wants to know about tomorrow, but big picture down to like smaller picture. What are you seeing around Tesla right now?
You know, I own a lot of Tesla. Okay. I own, but not Tesla stock. I own TSLL. Okay. And which I can't understand that Tesla was at $40 TSLL. And if you look at Tesla, the stock,
shout out to Direction, our channel partners here.
Right here. You could see right here that Tesla was basically at 480 at that time. So it's like, for some reason, it's like short. It's short like 20 points. But we own the TSLL, and I don't know if you guys trade these, but we've been trading a lot of the high yields. Do you ever trade these Ys? You guys know anything about
the yield max one. Yeah, we have their team one every week too. Yeah, I like trading. So people don't think about it because they think about the leverage one, but these the TSLY, these dividend producing ones or whatever, the yield max ones, they actually move really well sometimes.
You know what? They don't have what's safe. If they don't move, you're good. You know what I mean? Like TSLY since March, if you look at the trading range, it'd be $7 and $9. If you have 1,000 shares of this stock, okay, let's say you buy it now for $8,000, it pays you $210 a week.
Yeah.
You know,
what do you reinvest those? Do you put it right back in?
So what I would do, well, half and half. Sometimes I'll use the money and buy something else if I can. But if I'm like, what happened was like I own NVDY, and this one came back down, so it's at a pretty good support level. I would sometimes average down to bring my cost, because my stock looks like I'm losing money in it. So I'll average down and take that, reinvest it back into it sometimes if it's worth it. But like NVDY, it's at a pretty good support level. You know what I mean? Right here, you could see it. It's trading up, but you could see where these yield max were. They were at $31. I mean, like, come from 31 down to 15 is like you lost half your money on it. But if you had for what it paid, you made it back. So the high yields are, a lot of them got pretty beat up, but they're at like a really good stable position now, and that's why we've been looking at them pretty heavily now. And some people love dividend plays; they're great. So
yeah, and
I've
got a friend that he put a bunch of money into this NVDY, and he did exactly what you were kind of saying, half and half. He takes half of it, buys the actual underlying to fund that, and he takes the other half and either reinvests it or uses it for something else. So he's like funding a underlying position with the money that he put into the yield producing. It's kind of interesting.
And there's actually two different kinds. There's YY also. Okay, so they I don't know, they just switched this over. YYs were weekly and single Ys were monthly, but now they made the single Ys weekly. They just converted that. So just so everybody knows that. Everybody's like, well, I'll add the weeklies and monthlies, but the weeklies were a lot safer play, which you could see here, like TSLY. When you look at TSYY, where is she here? Not so much. You see they came down, they come down a little bit more, just like NBDY. You can see how it's flat a little bit here. And then NBDYY, pretty volatile. But they convert them all to weeklies now. So, and they trade differently. One of them trades more the underlying on the option of, the way they kind of work is one of them works by off the how can I say it? If it's in a ETF, like a group ETF, I think the Ys do that, and I think it's the single Ys. The double Ys work off the option. So, and it's a lot of people who make money in options, they'll sell options, and they'll just get paid on the dividend, on the premium. It's basically almost the same thing. It's working off it. So that's basically, people always ask me, how does that work? And that's how they actually be traded. So for some people here that don't day trade as much as we do and just want to be a dividend play, because I just did a big speaking up in Canada, a lot of these people that like dividends because tax purposes is pretty much something you have to look at. But there's a lot of them. I think there's like 60, 70 of them. They have it on MSTR, they have it on Microsoft, Intel, they all have them. So they're pretty big. But what was the question from the other person? They asked me about Tesla. I think someone was asking me a question there. What do you think of Tesla? Because I own a lot of it.
Yeah. What are your thoughts going into? I mean, big picture down into tomorrow was the actual question. I'd love to hear both thoughts.
I listen. I own a lot of Tesla. I think I'm 30% in, and it's at this big resistance levels. But we have something that we trade people. It's called what's called a Fausto flag. And some people look at bulls and bear flags and just kind of educate people a little bit what that is. When you have sellers and buyers, and when eventually sellers have X amount of shares to sell. Over here, you have a lot of buyers out there. When the buyers outbeat the sellers, that's how you get a breakout. That's what happened here with AMD. This is basically how they break out.
That's exactly where my mind went. Those high and tight flags. That's exactly where my mind went.
Yeah, and that's how eventually boom.
And there's a back test today too. Look at that.
Yeah, it is back testing right now. I mean, obviously it's coming down. That has a high yield also. I own that one too. There it is, AMDY. I'm not doing too well on it. I own it, I think, at like 970, but it's not really down that much though. But it pays me every week, so I made money on the dividend. So I'm actually ahead of the game on that one.
What else have you been looking at in trading as we get through obviously earnings season here, market breaking out and coming back in just a little bit? I think it was a healthy thing. I don't know if you have any thoughts on the broader market too, but I was curious what else you've been trading this week or things that are on your watch list going forward here.
So here's our trading floor. I started this about 30 years ago. These are all instructors and stuff right now. Like we've been trading, like right now they're trading FSLY. It's been on a really nice move right here. You can see it's at 1050. It's already at 1090. You could see out of all this, even though the market's down, it had a really good early morning run from 9:50 to 10:50. And what we kind of show everyone and teach everyone here is we're at getting close to the 2:30 program trading. Actually, I got to get you guys some of this. I invented this little mouse pad, best and worst times to trade. So 2:30.
Those are the best. We love those. Yeah. Our buddy made one with all like different.
Hold that up again.
Stuff.
Hold that up one more time. I want that big on our screen.
Look at
that. That is beautiful. Here, actually, let's fix that. Let me mirror you back. There we go.
There you go. You can see it. So it's.
I'm gonna have to give me one of those.
Yeah. I'll send you. Give me your address. I mail it to you. So I came up with this clock about. So when I was a market maker, they had it on the wall, and I says, "Well, you know what? It didn't look like this. I colored it in and stuff." And I says, "You know what? Because they were trying to tell you where program trading kicks in. So like at 9:35, things kick in. First 5 minutes is very dangerous. And it goes up to about 10:30, and it's like dead time. And then 2:30 is program trading. 3 o'clock, the bond market closes. 3:30 is tough time to trade. And then you got program trading kicks in at 3:30. Then you get 3:45. So we're getting into the most volatile times of the market right now. So what we try to do is we try to, you look at what's got a big push in the market. So like FSLY is something that we've been trading. And when you have a stock like this that is trending at the highs of the day, that's really what you're looking for. And then we're seeing with the orders. So we have a live audio broadcast that we also do at 2:30 every day at 9 and 2:30. So we'll go through the watch list. We'll see what's moving, get the traders set up. And like this, there's not really that much that's going on, but just work on the big percentage gainers. That's what we kind of look at. There's like really one that's been probably the most consistent and trending. And what people have to understand is when you look at a stock like FSLY, stocks at 10, and it's at 11,000 shares, $1 a day, there's your $250,000 salary. You don't have to kill it. So you don't have to always look at the fabulous sevens. You could trade stocks like this and still make money on it. But we kind of just work off the big percentage gainers. Here's another one that was pretty nice, IOLV that we found this morning. That was moving pretty good. What do we have over here? Oh yeah, there was one that they also looked at. Well, I'll look at that one, AMD, a little bit. There was a huge iceberg order in AMD that we found. Let me show you this right here. We did this on our alert service. So,
wow.
Yeah, look how beautiful this one is. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that big buy right there.
Do you listen on Bookmap? Do you listen to the audio stuff on it?
No, because we have audio that runs all day too.
You have the audio too? Yeah. I used to listen to it some like in my other ear, and it would just, iceberg NQ, iceberg NQ. Okay. It would get my attention, but it got to be too much and I had to turn it off.
By the way, make it official. I came out with the word iceberg. I came out with that word like 25 years ago.
No way.
Yeah, I came out with the word 25 years ago. And
what does it mean? What does iceberg mean for our audience?
I'm going to tell you, audience, because I did a video on it's on YouTube. I did like a 3-minute video. So basically, I came up with the word back when I watched the movie Titanic. So the Titanic, everybody knows the story, most unsinkable ship, right? And what happened to the ship? It sunk. So what happened was everyone's always looking at what's on the top, right? So the iceberg is not what's on top, it's what's on bottom. That's the massive. So obviously you don't have radar, don't have the right tools. You hit an iceberg, you're going to sink and die. So a lot of people that trading are always looking at the top. They don't realize that there's a different level. So we kind of teach something like most people looking at level 1 quotes or level 2, we show them level 3, and I call this level 4. So if you don't have that and you see that order, you're going to get screwed. So that's where, I kind of came up with the word is those are big iceberg orders. So there's official.
There you go. I love that. I love the reference to it as well. I did in the comments real fast. You see on the screen right there, cybertradinguniversity.com if you want to check Fausto and his crew out a little bit more. Also in the comments there, you'll see the YouTube channel that he just mentioned. So if you're on YouTube, go over there and subscribe. A lot of great educational content on there. You can see we're live over there as well. Shout out to the whole crew joining us this afternoon. But there's some really good instructional videos and stuff over there on that channel. So Fausto, I want to thank you for putting that stuff out there for people, but also want to make sure our audience is aware that it's there.
Yeah, and like I said, I do a lot of posts. I mean, here's the Instagram just to show you. I'm a big fan of doing a lot of shorts. I don't really do too much longs as much as I used to, but like all the ones that you see on YouTube, you'll see them here. It's just pretty easy here, but you could see I show like NVIDIA high dividend, how it paid me, layoffs in Amazon, how it affected the stock. Oh, there's Gav. I just did one on him. He was on yesterday.
Hey, what's up, Gap?
Really cool short. I did one pretty cool on chat. You know, it's crazy. It's so funny. I did this video right here. You guys got to watch this one. So basically, ChatGPT tells me earnings before the report of Palantir. So I actually went out there and I asked ChatGPT, what's the earnings at Palantir in the morning? And it actually told me. I'm like, how did you know that? Look, you see right here? I had a couple, that's the short version, but it gets a little bit longer, but I explained it. I even asked X, and X even told me. And then I said, wait a minute, earnings come out this night. How did you know? And it says, oh, you're right. You know, I slipped. I'm like, what do you mean you slipped? You made a mistake? And he's like, yeah, you're right. Then so how'd you know the earnings? So it told me, yeah, so he says 17 cents. That's another crazy, it's just a crazy story. It's a crazy video. Got a lot of likes, you know, because of it. But definitely, if you guys watch it, make sure you subscribe to it, like it, friend it, you know, and I always reply back to all of them.
Fausto, yeah. I gotta ask because I I forget what it is, and I seen one of the shows I used to watch when I was starting to learn trading and everything. The order flow you're looking at there, where you're seeing all the, I think it's just level 2, where you're seeing all the bids for all the different.
This right here.
Yeah. What is that platform called?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. What is that platform specifically?
Brokered. So listen, this is actually called BookViewer, but I don't really recommend anybody to open accounts with them. I've been doing business for 35 years. Their support's terrible, you know, but they only, you got to be a really active trader. And cause
I was just curious what it was called. Cause I remember like always trying to find it in the past and I never could. And not something I really need to use anymore. I was just curious, to be honest.
You know what, we do education for like TradeStation, Thinkorswim, you know, Tastyworks, Tasty Trade. We're actually in talks right now with Mumu, doing education for them. They all pretty much the same. You know what I mean? It's how you lay it out and take out all the window dressing that they give you. I could probably look at anyone's platform and we got layouts. If anybody wants our layouts, if you have a specific brokerage firm, like even Schwab, he's like the platform they use, the Edge platform, if anybody uses it, they basically bought that from a company I work with. They used to be called Cyber Trader. That's where the name Cyber Trading University comes from. So they bought like a spinoff of a company that I worked for, that was partners with, 30 years ago. So they're all very customizable. It's just, listen, it's a car, right? It's like, okay, they all got 4 wheels and an engine and doors. It's just, it's a little bit features. Some got other features better than others, but you could still strip it down and make it more easy to read. When it comes to these platforms, you really got to learn how to, and there's like 50% of the failure rate, Jordan. You got to know how to take all this crap off and keep it clean and then add it on, because it'll just end up confusing. You'll end up confusing you, and you end up thinking too much. You're not going to hit the button when you're supposed to.
It's like over-analysis paralysis, you just, you have so many things telling you left and right and up, down, and left. It's just, you don't know what to do. If you have 1,000 different things telling you, you got to keep things somewhat simple. That's where it's like, trading is difficult in its own way. Like, it's obviously going to be a certain level of difficult, but you should have a clear system, right, that you can repeat every single day and have no problem explaining, right? I hate when you ask some people, oh, like, what's your strategy? And it takes them a year to explain it. It's like, okay, it should be very clean and simple and like straightforward, right? And so just repeatability at the end of the day is what I think we need to look for. And it seems like you got some systems that are very repeatable for you. So
they are. And you know what? The advice I tell everybody also, I mean, I might not be the what person that you're looking for, but you all need to go out there and get education from several different people. Some people you might like, some people you might hate. I mean, there's some people like, oh, I love that guy. I'm like, that guy's a terrible trader. What made you like him about him? But he's good in a certain way. You got to find someone that's within your style. I also tell everybody this, that If you don't figure this out within a month or two, whoever trained you, you got to move on. You've obviously got a bad mentor, or it's not your style. You know, you should not be, like you mentioned, a year. You've doing it. I've spoken to people, Jordan, that said they've been demo trading for a year. I'm like, what? I'm like, it's like, you got to drive the car.
You don't need to be doing that. Yeah. Well, you're just, we all know. I'm sure everybody in the audience knows too, that demo trading is much different than normal trading. And you can be on a hot streak killing it demo trading. And the second you flip the real money, it's like your world just flipped upside down and you have no idea what you're doing. Right. And it seems so simple. And then you make that switch and it's like everything changes for you because now you're risking real money and it's not a game anymore. Right.
Just buy one share.
The emotions are just so different.
Yeah. You have to practice. I'm all for back testing too. Like, I am the person to tell somebody, like, go and back test. Don't try it with real money first, blah, blah, blah. But there comes a point where that only takes you so far. And you have to get in the live markets. Even with it, like you say, one contract, very small, whatever it may be, just put some real money on the line. And you get that sense of, okay, this is what it's really like when I'm actively managing a real position, you know?
Yeah, just buy one share. You know what I mean? That's all you need. There's something pretty cool I want to show you. So we're doing our meeting right now. I turned off the audio because they're talking about it. They're just showing what's going on with FS the stock. These are alerts. It's up over there. But they're showing the big order on FSLY, which had a really cool iceberg order. I want to show you that. It was really nice. Hold on. I got to bring it up.
Cruising higher, I am. You're long, aren't you?
I finally convinced Rizzo to get long with me. But I have those calls that on this morning stream I called out down there at the low, QQQ 618 and by 675 for tomorrow.
I can't believe Rizzo got short.
Yeah, they're up about 40% here. Brent's in them with me, I think, or somebody. Dom, I think Dom's in them with me in the chat.
Yeah, I've just seen.
I love Bookmap. If you guys don't use Bookmap, like, I feel like you can add a whole nother layer of confidence to a lot of your trades.
Yeah. You know what? Before, this is the problem with these platforms. They cost money, right? So I try to always tell everyone, I don't like anyone to spend any money until this is really your style, because obviously someone needs to teach you how to use it. So what I always recommend people to do is, because that platform can cost you $100, $200 a month, right? And still cheap, what I used to pay, but back in the day. But what I kind of recommend people to do is, hold on. Why did I lock up? Oh, there we go. Hold on a second. There we go. So I do a lot of work with NASDAQ. And if you go to the data store, you could actually get the NASDAQ book viewer, which is like level 3. You're just getting the raw data. Let me just show you what it is. This costs $15 a month. So if you send me guys an email, you could see, like, I'll show you how to customize it, how to set the default. So let me just move this over right here and see this over here. So basically, see the current order book is where the orders, basically you can get, that's what this is. So NASDAQ, you could basically just, if you want to say, you know, I like this, is so cool, you know, where can I get it? Before you start thinking about going this route and be very active, you could always go and you could use this one for now. Just use NASDAQ book viewer for $15. If anyone here uses Thinkorswim, you actually can get Bookmap with Thinkorswim. It's like $40 a month. It's not as much with got all the bells and whistles, but it does have a lot. But this, I just tell, for the minimum, definitely do this, you know, for $15. And but if you email me, I can get you the layouts. I did like 2 videos on it, 5-minute videos. You can also get on my YouTube channel, at least because you want to be able to make sure you set the defaults right and everything else. And you got to be careful because of another thing. Let me log off and just make sure you do this too. Down here at the bottom, there's 2 different. There's non-pro and professional. So you're only going to pay 15. People like, what would $76 the better one? Professional is just people that are registered. If you're a broker or whatever, that's just how they make their money. So I always get people like, what's the difference one versus the other? And that's what that means. So, but definitely at the minimum, you should do that, get that up and running, and you'll learn a lot. But I want to show you something pretty cool on this one where we had another breakout. You guys probably could see that. You see that big red line right there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
That was a huge order out there trying to sell. I'm going to tell you how many shares was that? 152,000. So see this little green ball right there? That order got filled. So that was at what time? 1080. So he got filled, and then it went higher, and then buyers showed up, and this is called a ladder effect. So this guy's obviously trying to buy it, and he's obviously not getting it. Now he's bidding it up, and that guy's for 30,000. So if you were here at 130 and you saw this big iceberg order there, and he got filled, you can see somebody here was the bottom, but he got filled, 1070, and right now 11. We're at 1110, 1103. I mean, 30 cents on 1,000 shares. It's still $300. Some people might not think that's a lot, but it is a lot of money in day trading, because if you do that every day, there's your $50,000, $60,000 salary. You can be done for the day. But those orders are really, really important. Those big, I'm sorry, I apologize. That guy was at 1040. That's where he was, and then he got filled. You see a bit of broke out. So 1030 to 1170 cent move. That's a nice little pop. That was a good move right there.
Have you looked at SMCI at all? People were asking in the chat.
They came out earnings, right? SMCI.
Yes. Yeah, they got beat up. Yeah, they got beat up on earnings.
So SMCI was a very fun stock. We traded this stock, and some people might not know this, but SMCI did do a reverse stock split. It was a 10-for-1 split, so this stock did go up. When was it?
It was like 1,100, wasn't it? 1,200 bucks.
Yeah, and this is factored in the split. So it was at 120. You could see here.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's where it was. But SMCI, what took over SMCI was Rigetti. Rigetti was kind of took over SMCI as the supercomputer. But SMCI does have a lot of support levels right here. You can see here, we've been watching it, we've been waiting patiently to see what happens when it gets down to 40. Today, you could see it. People like, should I buy now at 42? I'm like, why pay 42? That's what goes to 40. You could buy $2 cheaper. So we've been watching it pretty closely. As orders go, see if anyone's out there. Yeah, he's there. See him? Oh, this is really nice. You're gonna like this. This is called we call it a four-layer cake on the orders.
That's looks like the plunge protection team.
yeah. So yeah, this is really nice. You don't see this too often. So you guys getting a little treat here who are listening in. So you could see that the high frequency trades are just stacking the bid here at $40. Now, let me ask you, did you need an indicator to tell you that?
No, sir.
Exactly. Beautiful.
I'm with you. I don't really use, all price action based.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is when I look at my analysis of a chart, I look at, fibs, levels, trend lines, whatever it is, right? And I can look at Bookmap and I see 1,000 orders waiting at that same spot. That just tells me somebody's charting it the same way I am. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I approach Bookmap. And if I see massive orders like this and I don't have this on my chart, it makes me think I'm charting it wrong. So just to get both sides of that coin.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you're a day trader, I mean, like, as a day trader, you're buying, it's basically reading the right of the chart, and it's just basically following the orders. If you're a swing trader, short-term swing trader investor, the indicators are important. Obviously everybody has certain, there's reason how they work, and you got to remember, mathematicians made a lot of the indicators. But as a professional trader, floor trader, if you ever see anybody in New York Stock Exchange, they're just looking at they're just looking at, a tablet, and they're just following, where's the buyer and sellers. It's an auction. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
if you've been to an auction, a car auction, the people that are bidding for cars or whatever, they're not looking at like, oh, let me go check on eBay. What's the trend, this and that. By that time, the car's gone. That whatever they're buying is completely gone. So, but you could see this is really, really kind of spells it out beautifully. So you could see how big of a support level that is right there, around $40 to $40.50. Now, it could break it. It could happen, And if I go back all the way down to $40, $34, there's no one out there. So that really is a major, major support. So if you're interested in buying it, that's where you want to focus your attention in. And you could see it. It kind of got there around 1 o'clock, 450. You see that right there? It never wanted to break it. Came down nice from from the open this morning from 43. But it looks like you could see it's starting to hold right here. So it could be a good. That's how you find good swing trades with it. And the thing about Bookmap, it's not showing you all the orders. Level 2, you could see here, you're looking at BATS, NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange. You're only seeing two exchanges. You're only seeing NASDAQ and you're only seeing EDGX. You can see there's a bunch of other exchanges out there. So, it only aggregates, two of the whatever, two of the.
Do you filter for like large orders? That's one way I use, like on the time and sells. I mean, I trade futures more, so I think it's a little bit more, for me that fits what I do. But I just wonder if you filter, if you look at all of it, or if you track like the big orders and buys much, because like that's one thing I watch is I watch the book map, and then I watch and I see, okay, where are these big orders, filling, and what are they, and I'll even mark them on my chart sometimes. Like, okay, somebody dropped in, 800 NQ at this level. Like I just kind of want to know somebody's position at this level, one direction or the other.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I try to do also is, everyone should have a little legal pad next to them, and you should write down the levels on here, the numbers. So you don't have to constantly keep checking or reminding you, was that order still there? What that number was? So absolutely. I do that all the time. And and then what's nice about it is that, especially I like the small one, I'll write down SMCI, and the price of stock right now is 40.90. So I teach my students. So we're here, and the big support levels are like 40.50 and 40. And then the highs, I'll say 41.50, 42. So you probably get you can see right there. You can kind of see where I'm going with this, and then what happens? Like you always can come back, and you don't have to worry about, I didn't have a load up here and load there. And you just turn the page. If you ever go back to the stock, I'm like, I trade SFCI. Go back, and that's basically how I kind of work it. And sometimes it's better writing things down than I'll always kind of let the computer do it for you.
Agreed. I used to do that a lot more. I don't do it as much, to be honest, but I used to always write everything down by hand, just like that. Having to write it down.
Well, as a beginner, I always recommend that people write things down.
Yeah. Same with journaling.
I do it all. I make notes, but I make them all digitally. I don't know if that counts or not, but like I put things on my chart digitally, or I type them in somewhere and keep them like a little note area that I have. And there are a lot of programs have this, by the way. If you're trading, a lot of trading platforms have it built in, or obviously just a notepad, whatever. I use, the sticky notes like on Microsoft. I used to use that one a lot, and now I'm on my Mac more than I am my Windows desktop over here. But I used to use that one all the time, and I'd type in levels, big orders, news stories, something I wanted to pay attention to. I would save it all there, and then a lot of times at the end of the day, I'd go back and I'd compile what I thought was pertinent to keep.
Yeah, well, it's when you start getting better at, because some people are computer challenged that we also train too, like older people. They, we still go old school. I'm like, just write it down. You know what I mean? And what happens? Your brain works differently on a different side when you write things down versus when you try to do it mechanically. I was always taught from neurologists and stuff. But like when you're at your level, guys, you could do that. But if you just want to be able to also be focused on, you know, if you got to hit the button, you got to hit the button. You know the number, you know the number. Don't keep getting, because you don't want to. Sometimes people start getting a little crazy with these computers and start doing this program, that program, that program. At the end of the day, I'm like, did you trade today? They're like, no, I was too busy doing this and that, and they start procrastinating. You know, so you gotta know how to hit the button. Even if it's one share, just buy one stinking share of the stock. You know, what's the worst thing could happen? So, I mean, like. I'll buy
That's
it.
what our buddy Evan does a lot of. Evan, he'll buy one share just to keep it as a watch.
Yeah, like I'll buy 100 shares of the stock right now. I'll just buy execute it. I'll buy here at 490. I'll see what happens. I mean, we're at pretty big support levels. I'll see what happens. You know, I mean, what am I going to save? Maybe 20 cents. You know what I mean? But we're at a pretty big support level. If this thing slingshots up, I'll do. You know, it's gonna take off. But I will probably look at this being more of a swing trade. At these levels, is day trading like this one that moved up pretty nicely, but the SMCI looks like it could be a good swing trade. So I'm looking at that now. When I get down to that level of SMCI, if I notice if it's gonna break it, I'll get out. You know, but I know what my limits are. My limit are, as I just wrote it down. It's going to be that 40.50 or $40. So it's all about being patient. Is anything else moving? What else?
I was kind of looking around to see what, I mean, a lot of the market itself popped. I was kind of looking around to see if anything was moving right now. Obviously, some of those weight loss drugs were moving earlier during the Trump thing. They've faded a little bit since then.
Yeah,
Microsoft is popping back up. Yeah, Eli Lilly and NVO, Novo Nordisk.
Oh yeah, I've been a big fan of Eli Lilly for a while, and I think the ship has gone and sailed. It already made that big run these last couple of days. I mean, you can see here, what is it, the 6th? Okay, in 6 days, it ran from 820 up to 960. I mean, the thing's been on a big tear. I know earnings came out on it just recently. It was last week, I think it was. But this is all-time highs on Eli Lilly. And Nuvo does Wegovy. Eli Lilly does Zepbound. Yeah. So Nuvo, not so much. I mean, it's at a pretty big support levels right here. It's getting to 45, but if he does sign, they do sign that deal. I mean, it's going to be expensive, but you know, the whole weight loss struggle, what they're doing, they obviously do work. And if they can sign those deals, it would be great. It's just bringing down the price on it. But listen, the Trump effect, everyone has to listen. There's people that are fans of Trump, and there's people that hate Trump more than anything. Listen, he's been the best, greatest things for the trading market. Whenever he talks and he does a deal, I mean, it actually comes to fruition. It makes some of these stocks really move.
It's true.
You know, like
it's opportunity.
Yeah.
It brought a lot of opportunity beginning of the year. I'll tell you that. My long term is very happy with the purchases we made, you know, on the tariff dip. And just simply, it's funny too, because I'm a young guy. I haven't been around that long. You know, I haven't really studied the markets for, you know, years and years and years. The longest I've been in here is 5 years. And, but even with that, you know, you could look back at the market and notice, doesn't matter if it's 08, doesn't matter if it's COVID, doesn't matter if it's tariffs. It's all a buying opportunity. Well, it's all a buying opportunity. And that's where I just see most people come in with options and get wrecked pretty quick because it's a timely asset. Whereas, you know, taking advantage of these dips, especially on something where I'm simply, you know, taking advantage of SPY and QQQ. I'm not even trading many individual names on something like that in my long term. And that's where things are very simple, you know, and stress-free. I don't have to sit there and worry about earnings reports and all this. It's like, it's the S&P 500. It's going to be fine. If it's 20% down, I'm buying. It's simple as that, you know?
Well, one thing I always recommend, I tell everybody about options. The biggest problem with options is everyone gets sold. It's here in New York, we call it, as a market maker, it's a poor man playing a rich man's game. And the reason why people trade is because they feel like, why buy the stock? You could buy their options cheaper. But I always tell them, yeah, you could do that. But if you really want to be a good options trader, you got to be a good stock trader first. It's the movement of the stock that makes an option. So you know what? Like we're looking at that SMCI. I'm just saying, like, you know what? It's like, you know, I don't want to dish out 40 grand to buy 1,000 shares of it. It is a pretty big support. I need that cash flow. Maybe I will do an option, but you should always think about buying the stock first. And because you got time, commission, and spread to beat, right? And, unless you understand how the market really works, you don't want to try to with options, because I know so many people blow up their accounts on options, and they all start with options, because they got sold.
I did. Yeah. I don't trade them as much anymore. I'll still trade them here and there because I've learned how to actually trade them a bit now. And
you got to learn how to trade, like you said.
Yeah,
it's a perfect thing you said. You got to learn how to trade first.
Well, that's the thing. It's trading shares, trading futures, even is direction. Like all you have to worry about is getting the direction right and your risk to reward. Right. Whereas like options, it's an added thing with the time decay, right? It's a whole nother game when it's like, okay, you can get the whole direction right, your plan play out, but if you didn't time it correctly, you're going to lose money, right? Still, even being correct. And so that's where it's really, really tough.
And you know what? There's some really good options traders out there, and they'll tell you, and you'll think like, wow, that guy's got a great strategy. And then you hear someone else like, wow, that's a great strategy. You try it. I'm like, listen, it's a great strategy, but you even know why it's a great strategy? Do you understand the direction of it first? You know what I mean? Like he's been doing it for a long time. He found that little niche. And that's why that's what you have to find. That's what you have to learn first. You know what I mean? So learn how to trade first, see how you do with that, and then go, and then you can try to play these shortcuts, let's call it, and play these leverage plays before you do that. And getting back to you said earlier that you've been, you haven't traded that long. When you go through catastrophes like I've been through, like some of you have been through COVID, so you saw that was a big catastrophe. But I went through 9/11. That was a huge crash in the market. The financial crisis, I really thought that was the worst out of them all. I mean, like, I don't know if anyone here remembers that, but like banks were going out of business. You know what I mean? Like people freaking out, finding out that they have money in their bank account and it might not be there because the the insurance on it was the SMI, whatever it's called, didn't cover it. That was pretty bad. The internet bubble back in 2000, that was pretty bad. COVID, that was pretty bad. But some people got lucky with COVID. They never got into the market. It forced people to learn how to trade. Now people start realizing that it's easy, but you got to go through a catastrophe that you went through. And if you could survive that, you'll definitely be able to do this for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. And I just think, you look at the charts and it's like what's happened on all of those big events that have brought price down. What has happened since the start of the market, right? And look at where the market's at right now. We just pulled back from all-time highs. It always ends up rebalancing to all-time highs. And so that's where my biggest thing is just making sure I don't get taken out on the move down. And when the move down is happening, I have cash to deploy because I need to be buying that, right? And, maybe at some point things really do go belly up or whatever, and things aren't as good as I think and whatever. Maybe the market has a catastrophe and doesn't come back from it like we have in the past, even though I just don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, okay, cool. When it happens, I'll deal with it then because it's not something that's ever happened in the market before. And to be frank, I mean, if that's happening, the last thing we're going to be worried about is the money in our investment accounts. Yeah. I think if something really catastrophic is happening to the market. And so that's where, again, it just comes back to every big correction we have. I mean, drop this market 40% tomorrow, I'll buy it in the fear of everybody. I don't care, right? It's just got to take those opportunities.
It always comes back. I mean, listen, this right here on the Dow is this was the Liberation Day, when it came in. And the Dow went from like 44,000 all the way down to 37,000. And then this one day, this is crazy. This one day,
Trump came out and said, bye.
Yeah.
That was the day he said, bye.
He said, he goes, you better buy right now. I don't matter. This is your chance. 37,000 to 40,700. That moved literally 3,000 points in one day. Okay.
Yeah.
That was basically this is when it got crazy right around there from April. And then you could see it like, everyone killed it right around there. But you got to be patient though. One thing I always tell everybody, like, don't try to catch a falling knife. Eventually a knife's going to hit the floor. and you want to see it, like depending on if you're swing trading it, you want to at least have at least 2 or 3 days. You want to have like 3 candlesticks, let's say green or something, even on the stock, to kind of know that this is a consistency before you jump in. And yeah, sure enough, that was a fun time. So but for some people here, if you were trading within the past year, you went through Liberation Day or the election, and then if you traded, the last correction was obviously COVID. So they're going to happen. They're going to happen. So
yeah,
that's fun ways. Did you guys trade Beyond Meat?
I didn't trade it. Not something I really touched, but we were watching it and talking about it. And a lot of our traders either traded a little bit on the way up or started shorting it on the way down and tried to get rid of it because we don't really like Beyond Meat too much in our crew. It's just kind of memey, it's kind of like a meme stock, and
it was.
We just think it's kind of a pump and dump every time until something actually changes.
Well, it's a good lesson learned. I mean, us day traders, I screwed up that trade too. I mean, I watched this thing get crushed right here. I saw it from $2, and then all of a sudden it showed up on my big losers list. It was down to like 80 cents. And then all of a sudden on this second day right here, when it gapped up, it went from like 50 cents up to here to $1.20. We kind of traded it right here on this day right here. It was a good overnighter, but once it broke this high right here at 250, I think a lot of us got out at 3, because it was just going up. It was definitely a meme. I mean, to go from 60 cents to $3. I mean, this one was traded 1.5 billion shares in one day. I don't know when the last time you seen a stock trade that many shares, but it definitely was a meme stock, and it went all the way down to 8. But unfortunately, there are people out there, if you don't know how to trade a meme stock, there's some people that own it at $5 and $6 and think it's going to come back, and they blew their, they're still holding on to it. And it's like, are you out of your mind? I mean, but I'm glad you guys point that out, because what you're capable of doing. There's meme stocks all the time. I mean, if you go back to the GameStop days, but like,
we hate it, honestly. If we're going to take any opportunity, it's money we're totally fine with losing completely. And it's just, that's really gambling. You know what I mean? We're not trying to gamble, even though what we do is, very much we're taking risk every day, but it's just like, we're not trying to actively put ourselves in a position where we're gambling like that. I want to have edge, and with that type of stuff, you have no edge. You just don't. You can't argue that you have.
If you're a momentum trader, and you're good at, like, I'm sure Fausto and his crew probably crush this. I know a lot of our crew doesn't really trade these names a whole lot. But if you're a momentum trader and you're trading, equity back and forth, especially if you're long and shorting both sides of these, I think there's really good opportunity, because volatility is what a trader wants, right? But you do have to make sure your trading system has some type of edge in it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And these are positions that are quick. You're not holding and hoping for.
So we have some breaking news. There's a possible vote to end the shutdown tomorrow. I'm just hearing on the news wires right now. The airline stocks are getting a pop on that more than anything.
Wow. About to get into power hour. Fausto, I know we're at the top of the hour. You got any last things you want to run with the crew here?
Well, like I said, if you want to learn how to day trade, I'm here. I'll show you how the game's being played. You just got to know, be in cash, don't hold overnight positions. Basically, I'll be traveling getting back before you answer that. I'm glad that they did, because I'm actually traveling tomorrow to Aruba. I'm going to a big family, trip.
There we go.
Yeah. So we're really worried about, like, shit, are we going to get delayed? Because I saw that thing came in that they're going to cut 10% workforce. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, like, we planned this trip like 3-4 months ago.
Yeah.
So I get stuck in Aruba. Not the end of the world, but still bring my
laptop. Not the end of the world being stuck in Aruba, that's for sure.
But if anyone have experienced that, that is not fun to find out. Oh, your plane's canceled. There's only one flight that goes out, so you got to
right. Especially when you plan that out. Yeah, not fun.
Yeah,
my parents are supposed to fly to visit me tomorrow. My dad is all nervous wreck.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a pop on Delta. So you got Delta, you got UAL.
UAL,
JetBlue, JBLU.
Yeah, JBLU, AAL. I think the permanent pairs trade is short American and long the other airlines. It's the permanent.
Saves out business.
It's saved completely. Yeah. It was funny. I remember like the whole bankruptcy stuff went through, and I was flying through Houston, and I saw some Spirit Airline planes like on the runway. I'm like, hey, I thought you guys were bankrupt.
I would
Still
never.
operating.
I had to fly on one recently.
They
I will
are
never.
ever. They are the absolute worst. You know,
It's a Greyhound in the sky.
that's being nice. You know, terrible. But just like I said, advice wise, like I said earlier, try to sample a bunch of different courses from different people. Find a mentor, find a good group. Make sure that whoever trains you has a trading room so you can be there and trade with them. Make sure people practice what they preach. Check out their Google reviews, very important. Make sure brokerage firms are endorsing them. That kind of helps out a lot too. Try to find your style, learn a little bit of try a little bit of everything, and just don't trade what you can't afford to lose. I know that I saw FINRA at a money show. I was in Orlando, did a speaking, and they are trying to get rid of the day trading rule. They're just waiting for the SEC to open up. So a lot of people that hurt our business a long time ago is when they had the $25,000 day trading rule, kind of screwed a lot of people. That's why a lot of people went to Forex and options and futures and stuff. But they're going to apparently bring it down to $2,000. If that happens, it's going to be a really big opportunity for people to get back into it. So, but just like I said, don't afford, trade what you can afford to lose. And like you were mentioning, gambling. Listen, driving a car is a gamble. It's all about having control.
Yeah.
If you don't feel you have control in something, get out of it. Because if you get caught on one side, it'll put you out.
Couldn't agree more. Well, Fausto, always a pleasure having you on. I know we'll have you on again soon.
Yeah, whenever you guys
appreciate you coming on, sharing charts, talking with the audience. We love this. Yeah,
well, I'm always here. Like I said, if you guys ever want to learn about if there's ever a day trading situation, a catastrophe, I'm here. Come on, hop on, tell you guys what's going on, what needs to be done.
Yeah.
But it's been fun. Thanks for having me, guys.
Always. See you soon. Have a good one.
Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Sure, Fausto. I'll drop the links in the chat again if you want to check Fausto out. His room, there you go, right there. You scan that, pause the stream, scan that right there with your phone.
Yeah, like I do. If you guys want to come do a 1-week trial in a trading floor, I'll also talk to you on the phone. Like I said, after a couple of days, if I know you're taking it seriously, we just do a $9 trial for a week, and everything. I'll give you all that stuff. So if anyone's interested, feel free to scan that. All right.
Yep. Appreciate you, Fausto. Great stuff.
Thanks,
everybody
guys.
In the audience. Make sure you guys are checking out Fausto on social media and his YouTube, everything like that.
Yep. Look forward to it. Always love to help out. Thanks, guys.
Take care, Fausto. Thanks for joining.
All right, Ant.
All right, I got to get Stocks and Spaces going. The original link didn't work.
Sounds goody. I'll throw out my screen. Give me a second. How you doing, crew? Fausto's great, isn't he? That was fun. I like having him on. Where is... There we go. This is not updating. There we go. All right.
Oh, you can throw yours up too. Just put mine smaller.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get something on the screen.
Yeah.
Just bear with me for a second, guys. I'll catch up with chat, everything. I just got to make sure, and Evan's rolling over here on Stocks and Spaces.
Good. No trades in New York session for your boy. Traded that last night, though. That was sexy. We love that. Was nice this morning, though. After London closed up, I mean, we manipulated the London highs. I didn't play this. I wasn't even awake yet at this hour. I was still asleep. But if you were awake, this was beautiful after taking out London session highs. I'll do this to make it easier to see. But again, those that follow my trading closely, you guys know, if we're manipulating Asia highs, taking out London highs, and we haven't traded to London Asia lows yet, what do I expect? Just based off of levels, not even looking at any gaps, nothing like that. Just based off levels, I'm going to expect the market to have to trade towards the untapped liquidity at London lows, Asia lows. So that was nice. I was not awake, though. I was still passed out because I was up at freaking 3 a.m. Eastern trading. So I was not catching that short, but congrats to anybody that did, because you freaking banked it. I wouldn't have ever even held anywhere down here. Like, the most that could have been held is London low, Asia low, but still, it's beautiful. Midnight open would have been a target as well. So midnight open, first target. Partial here. Stop goes to break even. Maybe you can add to the position. Keep the same risk that you had to get to London low. Then tomorrow's Friday. I don't know if I'm going to be too heavy on the gas pedal. We'll see. See how heavy I am on the gas pedal. Probably going to be pretty chill, though. But if I see something I like, I mean, I'll take it. I don't mind doing it. Let's go ocean sailing. Just about every day I'm learning something new. Extremely complex stock market. I've been trading and investing since 2020. Me as well, brother. Me as well. Frankie's here. What's up, Frankie?
Hey, guys.
Looks like we're surviving. Market's surviving.
Played out about how I wanted it to. Frank went to 400, back to 360, held 360, and
oh, here, let me hold on.
Push.
There you go.
Oh yeah, sure. So
sorry, I have mine.
Talked about this morning. No, you're good. We talked about this morning. So here's previous all-time high Nasdaq right there, 360. So what I was looking at was, okay, we get through that, we run up to the top of the gap, we retrace, hold, and now we want to try to push into previous session low.
Yeah.
That was the track that I wanted to happen.
I bought 40 contracts at 18 and sold them at from 40 up to what was that price there on that candle? 05. It was great. That was the day right there for me.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20 minute, 15, 20 minute trade. Like 80 points.
Now, to be determined if this thing can get off its back and go any higher, but the box to box was the plan, right?
I think it's going to roll over. I
would not be surprised.
So I think that ordinarily I'd be like, yeah, this looks good. It's like a V bottom, kind of. But like, I think the longer we stay below 544, the more chances of it like tipping over at the end of the day. I mean, I'm not probably going to play it, but that's my guess that we like, because it's not done. We got Friday too. But, could be wrong. I don't know. It's a tough play here, though. You can't buy or sell it, really, right? I mean, you can, but it's not an easy trade either way.
Yes, Evan, we're staying live for earnings. To be honest,
of course we're staying live for earnings.
Could care less about any of the companies reporting tonight. Like,
Yeah,
doesn't matter. But I'm happy to hang out. But like, none of that.
I will. I got it because I'm interested in DraftKings. TTD I'm really interested in. DraftKings partnered with ESPN today. ESPN dumped Penn and put DraftKings as their new partner.
Let's go.
Iren, this one's been talked about a ton lately. So that one's interesting. Twilio. Monster, one of the greatest performing stocks of the last century. Maybe of all time. I can't remember.
What about
Monster
your afternoon show, 3 to 4? You guys aren't doing that today?
Stocks on Spaces is going right now. Right here on my phone.
Live everywhere.
Oh, there it is.
Live all over the place.
Yeah, I just wrapped up our other one, Frankie.
Yep, lots of earnings. Let me go back over to the charts here.
Yeah, it's a busy afternoon for sure. There's a lot reporting. Next week's going to be much lighter for anybody that may have looked at the reports for next week. It's going to be much lighter. Still some big companies reporting, but fairly lighter. So more quantum names next week. Disney, JD, some weird ones.
All right, Peter, I'm catching up with the chat here, guys. Appreciate all of you hanging out. Make sure you give a like.
Shout out to all the
I love the
super
chat. The chat,
too.
dude. Yeah, CJ had the super chat earlier. Brent, new channel member. We finally got some emojis, I guess, that you guys on YouTube saw.
Yeah.
We got a few stuck in there. We're going to get a lot more. We're going to get a good W, a better one than the one that we have in there. We're going to get...
I got a few ideas for that.
Yeah, we got a lot of ideas. We got a lot of stuff cooking up for the stream, guys. Just want y'all to know. But members can get that, which I gifted like...
You gifted like 20.
I gifted like 50 memberships so
making
far.
so
Not
much
really, but
damn money.
There we go. I see them in there. I see y'all in the chat. They look really good in the YouTube chat.
Bro, and props, by the way, dude. The trading the past like 2 weeks. Yeah, I know you've been sending me messages.
I'm on a heater.
I'm on a heater. Guys, I know you guys don't realize this, but like Amp is on an absolute heater the past 2 weeks. Like he's just messaging me every day, like his P&Ls and what he's doing. I'm just like, oh my gosh, guy's on a heater. Stepping up. Ocean
Selling. We got a new channel member.
W's.
Let's go. In the chat, you know what else? Here's a little sneak peek as well. I'm in talks with the team. I'm gonna get a stream deck.
Yeah, we need that.
And we're gonna get some sound effects, and because I need a better microphone anyway. So we need a microphone. We're gonna get some sound effects. Finally, get a daggum bell.
Yeah, we need a bell. I got set my mic up here too.
But yeah, we need to get Jordy's other camera hooked back up. We're getting there, step by step, brick by brick, right? Just like in trading, brick by brick.
Yeah.
W's in the chat for the new member. Let's go. Actually, let's put the new W in the chat. How about that? There, I like that camera. What were we talking about? Oh, Peter. So let's look at the daily SPX. Right now, we're sitting on the 20-day. They close this up here. I have to think that they're going to hold trend until they really close below that. Now, gap-wise, you just look at the daily NDX. We finally filled these gaps. Finally filled them. And then if you go to SPX, I thought we might test at 6,700. But we held just above it, 710. Where's that 710? Yeah, I mean 6,700 wouldn't be a bad target if you lose 750. So like if we don't hold here today, like that's your natural like look going into tomorrow. You reclaim and hold 750. I think you're headed back up here to like 780 at least. You've got these lows to deal with first, but I know it's right where we're sitting at. It's a really interesting spot. And I look at NDX and I mean, previous all-time high, you marked right there. We were down there. I zoom in here a little bit. You can see we paused on it, undercut it, and reclaimed it. That's usually a pretty good sign, but we'll see. This is also the gap. So these two boxes I drew were the two gaps. See the two gaps here? And we filled the last gap. We bounced back to the top of it. And the question is, can we get out of it and get to this next one? Or do we track our way back into the middle here? It could go either way. So you could either short against this with probably this as your target, or over this you long with this as kind of your safety net and go up to here, or you long off of this with this as your safety net. NDX you can just convert over to NQ, just measure it out, put the same levels on there. NQ is a little bit different because this is the previous. I should probably put this. I'm gonna put this here and you. Oh, that's the other thing I'm looking at on NQ is right there. But I like that 360 level because it was previous all-time high at the point. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to be watching now. Tesla shareholder meeting starts, at 3 p.m. right at market close, 3 p.m. Central Time because it's down in Austin. They will have the shareholder vote or the results of it for Elon's comp package. So that could be very, very interesting for Tesla. Does the public get access to it? Yes. So there's certain people that are invited to go in person. If you are a Tesla shareholder, you could have registered for an actual a live stream itself where you have some other voting pieces to it. And then the entire public has access to watch it. So it'll be live on their YouTube, probably on X. I don't know if it's going to pass or fail. I think it's probably going to pass, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. There were some big shareholding institutions and stuff that were going to vote against it, and but some have kind of changed their mind. I don't know. We'll see. It's all. You had a few say they were going to, or a couple say that they were going to vote for it. You had a few come out against it, and a lot that just didn't. They don't have to publicly disclose what they're voting there. CrowdStrike had a nice move today. Let's take a look at CrowdStrike. CRWD is on my watch list right here somewhere. There it is. CrowdStrike, that is a great bounce off of the EMAs. The daily 20 is at previous all-time high as well. Yeah, watch this. Right into previous all-time high, right into this previous high. That's a good reaction on CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike looks really good here, actually. Do they have news or anything that popped up today? No. Okay. PanW. PanW, there's a back test. That breakout that I played here on the stream a few weeks ago. This is your back test of this breakout. You see this level? I have multiple levels that are lining up with that too. That's interesting. There's a back test to that breakout. About to fill the gap and go green. How about that? Let's see what we're doing here. We're still holding 360. Still holding EMAs. This the pin risk is right here. This area 775 on ES is 6750. So right here where we're trading is 6750 on SPX. So it's your pin risk as far as SPX strikes. She says 90% approval. So it depends on the option form. So some do go below that, but a lot of options trade and they trade in fives. So it depends what it is, but a lot of them trade in fives. Depends on the strike, depends on the instrument, all this stuff. But like SPX, for example, they only trade in fives, but you can have like 1-2 pennies or whatever on like SPY and some other stuff, depending on the strike. Oh yeah, you're probably just stuck at no bid down there then. Oh.
Cruising. From
right here.
From Tuesday, we're creating a little bit of daily bearish for value. Here, throw it up here for a second. Right here, this whole area.
Yeah, that's where I think we're gonna go.
So if we end up having to back test that, yeah, it's gonna be a spot to watch.
That'll be so. What my ideal scenario would be is like, okay, if we can push back towards that, maybe reject that at the high tomorrow, like tap into it, come back down and hold, and then the second time you tap into it, you traverse it. If you're bullish, that's what you want to see. So like that box that Jordan has drawn right there, I would love to see maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, you get a test up into it. And once you test into it, you probably reject the first time.
Yeah.
Then you come back down, maybe hold those candle bodies right there, maybe that area. Maybe you hold somewhere in there. There's probably other confluence we can look for.
Well, you know what we have up here.
There's
too,
a fair value. Well, there's another fair value below that we could get.
It's tiny, but yeah, we have this that we're respecting.
Yeah. Well, so that other daily gap, Jordan. So like, if you go back to where you were. So the gap, the huge candle gap right there.
All of this.
Well, from that candle that you're on to the next one, the one that's just like an obvious gap.
This.
So like just that right there. If you draw sideways on that, I think if you traverse through that, and so you traverse through that, tap into the one that you were originally drawing up there above our heads, and then come back and hold that one. That's what I would like to see here. It would look like this right here. So Jordan's drawing this one. So what it would look like to me is if you got like tomorrow's candle comes back to here, then you get like a follow through day, taps into here and rejects, and then comes back and holds here. That's what bulls would want to see to traverse through this. Yep. That would kind of be my game plan.
Ocean Sailing, I see your question. If you just go to your indicators, you're just asking for the sessions. Just go to indicators, type in S&D profile. ICT seek and destroy profile right here by trade for op. That's all it is. And then I just have mine color coded. So then every morning, what do? Every morning I show up and I go and I mark out previous New York session high, low, London low, London high, Asia low, midnight open, 8:30 a.m. open, all that. And these are all the levels I need to trade every morning. And then we combine that with, of course, gaps, imbalances. But alone, I can pretty much get my bias just from looking at levels and understanding what liquidity have we swept, liquidity haven't we. And these overnight session levels are just so high probable of getting taken in the New York session, especially when you have setups like this, where you clearly leave London low, Asia low, and you're taking out all this liquidity at Asia high, and to the left, all this liquidity here tapping into. We have order blocks up here. This whole thing is an order block right here that we tapped into. If I were to draw that all the way across, and we were also just on a lower time frame. What did we do when the New York session opened up? This isn't 9:30. This is 8:30 a.m. because technically 8:30 a.m. is when this London session kill zone for the indicator ends and the New York session starts. Of course, the actual New York session doesn't open until 9:30 Eastern, but this is when it changes over. And so you can see we sweep out the London session highs, and we literally get the forever model all the way down to the untapped London lows. All this liquidity sitting down here that we generated, and then on the way, you took out all of this liquidity here at all these lows, right? All this liquidity, these lows too, these lows. This is all stacked liquidity that needs to get ran, and it does, right? It gets freaking ran. So just beautiful price action. I'm kind of sad I didn't wake up early enough to be able to catch that, but I was cashed out from the night before.
It's funny. I shorted last night's pop. Where are we at? I shorted last night's. Hold on. This right here. Shorted this last night and took it to here.
Yeah.
And said, I'm good. It revisited it at some point. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, oh, it's right back to where I exited. Okay, fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
I woke up this morning and I saw this happening. I'm like going, gosh, like it was higher than I wanted it to be to like short it. And then it just started falling off a cliff at the open. I was like, ugh.
Of course.
I had to like chase into. I played a bounce long from here back up to here for like 50 points. And me and Frank, I chased into a short here with him and took it all the way down to 212. A good day. This is not great action, but it's not like breaking down. But I could see Frank's thesis of us rolling over. Crypto trying to puke.
Is it?
Oh gosh, the whole market's trying to puke. Not quite yet. Gosh, Solana had one of those. So somebody got liquidated on this earlier on Solana. Look at that. Look at this candle. Somebody put their look. Somebody was like, "Okay, we're up here at 155.
50x leverage with Ostium."
No, they said, "Look, I'll put my stop loss at 149. $1 under 150." Wrecked. Oh God, wrecked.
That's just that's nasty. Crypto looks like it all wants to puke. Just the beginning, folks. Just wait till 2026.
The Bitcoin guys told me that. I showed it to you guys here on stream a week ago or so.
I sound like such a big bad bear, but I'm not. It's just like, give me a retest.
John Deere just got a headline. I think I want to long John Deere. Buy some John Deere equity. Why not?
Yeah, pick it up.
There's a lot of cash that I raised to like spread out a little bit. I'm not ready to like deploy a bunch of it, but bought a little Oracle earlier today at the gap fill. This is not looking good now. This looks like it wants to rug ski. It didn't hold what it had to hold. Uh-oh, Rizzo. Where's Rizzo? I'm not in anything right now. I don't have good risk reward here in this consolidation area. I don't really want to trade around this right here, but Nancy, what are we doing with coin? Are we short coin? Delta's canceling 170 flights. ES is doing much better though. Coin's almost back to that low. Oh wow. I did not know coin was down 7% today. I just saw this for the first time. That is a bad look.
Rough.
Bad look.
BM&R, 10% almost.
Dude, BM&R, I've been telling you how bad this chart looked.
Evan.
I told Evan this chart looked bad.
It's $30, maybe $30, boys.
Hold on. Hold on. 27% ago. Probably even more than that. Dude, coin could go down real far. It doesn't hold 290. There was a chart earlier. Are they going to buy this up and save it? You could short it to 200. Oh, God. Jordan, there was a chart earlier I was looking at, and I was like, this looks like a Jordan setup. It tapped into, I can't remember what chart it was on the stream this morning, but it literally tapped into one of the daily areas and bounced. I was like, that's exactly what Jordan looks for.
Yeah.
And then here's Oracle, by the way, finally filled the earnings gap here.
Nice.
I bought a little bit of equity down here, like 244, I think is where I filled.
I saw you
just a little bit
somewhere.
Yeah, just a little bit. I wanted it to fill my. I left an alert on here the other day, and it went off this morning. So I just nibbled. I didn't take I didn't add a bunch of equity back. Like I was long Oracle back here, 170s, and I trimmed up here. I trimmed like a lot of it out, and I'm just like adding some back in because it is a company that I want to own. We're getting a lot of buys in this area, guys. A lot of buys on the tape right there.
Well, crew, what? We got 20 minutes left. It's been a day. We'll see what see how these earnings reports go. Some of them at least. Watch some of the reactions.
Well just appeared in my text messages. That's crazy. If you know, you know. I'm getting notifications everywhere. Nothing to do with the market. Just for whatever reason, like 27
Agreed.
people are trying to go. I'm getting texts, I'm getting DMs, I'm getting WhatsApp. So stuff's coming everywhere right now. I'm just trying to watch this market, see if it's going to hold.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in what chat's doing. Chat, what are we doing? Uh-oh. Nancy? Officially started trading some futures?
Trading NQs not for the week. Try micros.
Yeah, definitely try micros. It's not for the week. I agree with that piece. NQ is a different beast than you trade. If you trade ES, they're just two different things.
Yeah.
You have to trade them differently.
ES is more forgiving in terms of the contract size and how much a contract is worth per tick.
My question for Nancy is, are you trading your own money or did you sign up for prop firm? And if you did you use code WOLF?
Facts. Make sure you guys are using code WOLF.
I heard Jordan was getting code WOLF tattooed on his eyelids. That's what I heard.
Bro.
I don't know. I don't know where that came from. It wasn't me. I'll just put it that way. It was not me.
That's Evan playing stupid games, bro. Trying to get me tattooed.
There's a 400 lot sitting down. Oh, somebody's flashing big orders all over the tape right here. Oh, there he is. He's back. He's at 320.
He's back.
There's a 400 lot at 320. He's like flashing it on and off.
I signed up and used code WOLF during Tape Profit Trader. Let's go. Tape Profit. Do we have it in Tape Profit Trader?
I believe so.
Tradify. Fire. I'm holding half my Amazon calls from earnings. I've trimmed twice, once at 100%, once at 200%. Let's go, baby.
Actually,
Nancy's a true DJ now.
A Take Profit Trader, it's not code WOLF. We have a different one there. It's WF, I believe. We're still working on that one.
That's cooked. It's okay.
Code WOLF everywhere else. But hey, Nancy's the G. Nancy still got
40% off though, so shout out to that. She saved money. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Code WOLF tramp stamp for Jordan? No. Will not be happening. You guys just want to torture me.
You guys run this up big enough, I'll get a wolf tattoo.
Yeah. You run this up big enough, I'll get a wolf tattoo.
It'll be an actual wolf though.
I'm choosing the placement and the size.
Yes. It's not gonna be on my lower back.
ain't nobody choosing that for me.
We're about to rug into the close. This looks like it's gonna fall apart.
Yo,
in the comment. What's up, Alan? I remember Alan. Alan, what's up, brother? Brick by brick. Everyone repeat that one time. Brick by brick. That is the key. It's the key with life. It's the key with trading. It's the key with prop firms. Brick by brick. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Show us MOC. Show us MOC.
Oh, we got 9 minutes till MOC. Chupacabra. You got to watch out for the chupacabras. They'll get you. You know what a chupacabra is?
What's a chupacabra?
You don't know how to describe it. It's like, you don't know what it is?
No.
It's like it's not a real. I mean,
like, isn't it like the
let me give you a
like fake
caveat.
monster or whatever?
Yeah. So it's not
like
like
I know that much at least.
Yeah. So it's like somebody will claim that it is a real thing.
It's kind of like Bigfoot.
And who am I? Yeah. So who am I to say that it's not a real thing? But the chupacabra.
Who am I?
Chupacabra.
Yeah, it's
literally
like the Mexican Bigfoot.
Which I think actually the earliest reports they said that it was in Puerto Rico of all places was like the first place. Oh, we are breaking. Frank was right. Right back to the lows. Dude, what if they crush SPX all the way to 6,700?
Crush it. Crush it.
There's another 400 lot down here on NQ. Good Lord. Yeah, chupacabra actually translates as like, well, this is going to sound funny, but the literal translation would be suck a goat. Chupa is like to like suck or slurp, and cabra is like a goat, but it's the actual meaning.
So
like
slurping the goat is what it means.
Well, what it is, it's blood sucking. So like this is like this mythical reptile creature that like would like almost think about like what a vampire does, but like it would like eat the goats and like that's what it actually
goat
is.
Slurper.
The goat sucker. Watch out for the goat sucker. It's like a
funny. That's funny.
It looks like a hyena with like spine, like I don't know, with some kind of it's like a reptile mixed with like a coyote.
A hyena? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that shape, but it has like reptile like spikes on its back and stuff. I don't know. All right, we're rugging it. Any of y'all short? Or do you want me to Google? Hold on. We are rugging here. This is where ES has to hold here or it's trouble. Like big trouble. Here, I can Google. I am worried about this, Google Jordan. Legendary or mythical creature that attacks animals of the farm and feeds off of its blood. That's what this says right here. There you go.
El chupacabra, cabrones. El chupacabra se está short in spy.
There's a chupacabra está shorting the spy. El spy. El spy. Oh, the 400 lot filled, by the way. 295, that 400 lot filled. God, they're rolling it over.
Roll it.
If it doesn't hold, if it doesn't hold here, it just dies. It dies, and it dies hard.
Throw it up. I saw one in my town, and my neighbor saw him in his backyard. In his backyard, not the backyard, in the backyard.
Yard.
In the yard.
In the backyard.
It's in the yard.
It'd drive me crazy if I sounded like that.
Just put it in the car.
Looks kind of ugly, dude.
Well, gross.
We don't even have. Do we even have like trend support anymore? Any way that you draw this?
A little gross.
I don't even think we really have. We're out of trend support. You break below this, and it's Dunzo. Dunzo. It's Jover. Knife. El Spice se fue a la chingada. I love that one. Bing bong, Brett. 100 points. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. W's in the chat for that 100-pointer for Brent. Let's go.
W's.
Boy, I love it, dude. This is so much fun.
Gotta love it.
Best part is I didn't give $1 back this afternoon trying to press it.
If you guys had a rough time today, blew some accounts, use code Wolf. If you're not using code Wolf, you just must hate us, to be honest. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So make sure you're using code Wolf. Volume picking up into the close. Yeah, let's see what MOC looks like. Please, Mr. President, one last bull run. I promise to take profits this time. Please.
Yeah, we need it's a great time to buy tweet.
It's like when you get in that position and you like didn't set a stop and you're so deep in the drawdown that you're sitting there praying to God just to get you back to break even. You're like, I don't even want to make any money anymore. I just want to get back to break even, man. I remember the days. I've been there many times. Walmart holding up. Walmart.
This is getting ugly.
Walmart. It's getting a little gross.
And so here's the MOC. Let's see if they buy today. Does not look like they're buying. Uber buy side, Apple slight buy side. These look pretty small. Overall looks pretty small. Yeah, and Apple's your flight to safety. So not only is it small, it's only like safety names. Dude, they may rug this into the close. That would be insane. Will MSTR looks like it's going to Valhalla. Yeah, will it hold?
Emp, you ever had a banh mi? You know what a banh mi is?
How do you spell it?
BANHMI.
BANH.
MI. It's a Vietnamese sandwich.
Say that didn't sound Spanish to me, so not.
It's so good. I have a beef
Just
banh
Googling
mi.
it. Oh, I've seen these before. I didn't know what they were called. They look like hot dogs, but they're sandwiches.
Yeah.
Or like, like that. It looks like a hot dog bun. The way they cut the bread up the top, like across the top. Yeah, I've seen these. I've never tried one. MSTR. Look at this.
And the name's
MSTR
funny.
is-
It's called banh mi. It's great. Like,
Boy, MOC. Yeah,
boring
MOC.
MOC.
Sorry, MSTR. I was looking at it on the chart. MSTR is flirting with absolute disaster here. Absolute disaster. Look at this, dude. Weekly. Absolute disaster. Yes. Tortas. I love tortas.
Tortas are good. I think I'd rather
Be a
have
double
banh
meat.
mi. I would rather have a banh mi.
Tortas. Dude, I may order a torta for dinner.
What did I have the other day that was really good? It's Mexican food. I had birria flautas. That's what they were.
Flautas are good too.
Flautas
Flutes.
are fire.
That translates as flute.
Does it?
Makes sense, right? Little like
Yeah.
rolled tacos, little
Yeah.
flutes, taquitos,
They
as
look
some
like
people call them.
taquitos. Yeah. They're really good.
Yeah.
You guys think
Tortilla
I haven't
milanesa.
tried like true authentic Mexican? It's funny.
Well, I'm gonna get Jordan down here to visit me soon. Okay, we're gonna make it happen.
Trust me, I know. Don't worry, I have plenty of friends that take care of me in that area.
I got a few minutes.
Where do you think? Where do you think the pozole came from that I've been eating? I didn't make that shit.
Yeah, I knew better than that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's do a P&L check today. What's our P&Ls look like in the chat, guys? I have 4 accounts, so I'm gonna do this. I've already shown Jordan.
I do need to get down to you though, Amp, and get some food with you. I know there's good food down there. Taco Bell for the win. Disgusting. Honestly, criminal. Shouldn't be allowed in the chat, honestly. But that means Emp wouldn't be allowed on the stream either. So
This thing looks like it's absolute toast right now.
your love with Taco Bell concerns me, but it's okay. I still
love Taco Bell.
You. But
can you bring me Taco Bell? My favorite hot sauce is the Diablo Taco Bell.
That is good hot sauce. I do love their sauce. It's really good.
U.S. judge orders full SNAP benefits. Good for Walmart. That is good for Walmart. I need to take Walmart calls. Where's Walmart? Market leader Walmart.
Yucatan got some amazing food. Ceviche and pescado frito. That sounds
Dude,
fire.
Yucatan, they got a lot of really good seafood over there, obviously.
There's levels to this banh mi. There are levels to a banh mi. But there's levels to a torta too. They're both good. But I just love a banh mi, man. And it's just it's so well constructed, and like when you bite into it, you get the like texture of the like crunchy bread
with you.
And just like all the flavors attacking your mouth. It's just amazing. It's great. It's phenomenal. There's nothing better. You can tell I'm really excited for this banh mi. Hungry, man. Hungry. Start crashing out
here's
without food.
Here's what's funny. I love the homemade salsas down here, especially the guacamole, like the green salsa.
But my boy loves his Taco Bell salsa. Oh, he got the bottle of Taco Bell Diablo.
Bro, I buy these and bring them back with me.
Yeah, I bet.
I buy those and I buy Chick-fil-A sauce, which they have Chick-fil-A sauce down here now. But anyone down to Short Oklo? I was about to long Walmart. What's Oklo look like? Yeah, it looks like a short and a half, but you could probably get a better entry on a bounce.
Mouthgasm, yes.
This looks gross, though. Look at this. You see that? Jordan.
What? Sorry.
Look at this up close.
Oh. That's a head and shoulders if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's literally a head and shoulders. Oh, Forbes saw it too. I wouldn't even look at Forbes saw it too. Yeah, David, you got to get the molcajete. They like actually crush it.
Yeah.
That's the real way to do it.
Molcajetes are the best.
Look, I have all the other sauces too, guys. Don't worry about my Taco Bell sauce. But I do love the Diablo sauce. So fire. My mouth is like watering right now.
No,
it's been a great day though, Jordan.
Tomorrow. It has been a great day.
Oi.
Oh yeah.
Dude, 2 minutes and they're about to drop this. We have all these earnings coming out. We're going to stay live and bring all these earnings to you. NFP does not come out with the government shutdown.
Great day.
Well, my
get back
those
and watch
calls I had earlier. Calls I had earlier are cooked.
What earnings should we watch, guys? Which names do you want us to watch the most?
Yeah, I'm watching DraftKings. That's what I'm really watching. But you guys, let me know what else. They are gonna crush this into the close. Look at this.
Right.
They're just gonna close it right on the gap fill. Look at this. If they buy this up right into the close. One. Ding, 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 ding. Look at that. They did close it. Holy shit, they closed it right up here. Above previous day's low. Interesting. All right. Ready for all these earnings. Which ones are you guys watching? Iron, Oklo.
Back to the basket.
I make sure my squawker's yelling at me so I can get this all to you.
Squawk!
Did you say squawk?
Squawk!
That's funny. All right. Here they come. Wynn Resorts just reported.
Go.
So here's the list of most of them, at least 10 billion and above.
Oh.
Iron's looking for 15 cents. They don't have actual revenue really.
Pumping up.
I'm getting a bunch of them. I'm getting a bunch of them in my ear right now, so I'll get them to you as soon as I hear the ones we're looking for.
Heard.
Iran did come out. They had no EPS, so zero, or I don't know if they didn't report it or if there's just none. Revenue 240 versus 237. They were supposed to have 9 cents. It says no EPS on this. The trade desk is out. It's TTD. Trade desk 45 cents beats 44 cents estimate. Sales beat 739 versus 718. So nice beat on the trade desk. 9% pop there on the trade desk. There we go. Talk about a chart that needed to be saved by some good news or report. Here's the daily on trade desk. Look at this. This chart needs to be saved. And here we are popping up 9% already here. Oh, it's coming back down though. Uh-oh, can they hold on to it? Is that liquidity? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Clear! Oh no!
Oh no! Did anybody take any trades around these?
Oh no!
Trade desk popped and went back red. Trade desk did come out there. Got those numbers out. Expedia raised its guidance. Expedia Group, that's XPE, EXPE. Expedia, 14% pop on good earnings. Let's see. 757 beats 692. Revenue 4.4 beats 4.2 billion. And they raised guidance going forward. There we go. Okay. Blink Charging just came out. For whatever reason, this was
that's one of the first stocks I ever traded.
Yeah. 10 loss of 10 cents actually beats a loss of 14 cents. Airbnb. $2.21. $2.21 misses 232 on the gap number. 4 billion, 4.09 beats 4.07. That's actually crazy. They had a gap miss on the earnings. But a nice reaction there if anybody's in Airbnb. Talk about another chart that needs to be saved. Airbnb. This is such a messy chart. Oh, all of these earnings just going to give it back today? Is that what we're watching? Guys, we can run some charts here. We can run some charts here at the end as well. I have no problem staying live and doing that. We can do some bigger charting here. Futures popping back up. Peloton. I don't know how they're still in business, honestly. Oh, Soundhound. That's an AI name. Ooh, bye-bye, Soundhound. No! Soundhound, no! Down 7%. Loss of 3 cents is in line on Soundhound. Oh my God, there's so many. Dude, I wish you could see what this looks like on my screen. There's so many freaking earnings coming out. It's just starts updating and flies, and I can't keep up.
Just over and over.
4:05 is when all this comes out. Dude, this is insane. The amount of data and information coming out in front of me right now. GoPro, I just heard report. Poor Warren Buffett. Going to be a bag holder on Soundhound. Wasn't that a Nancy Pelosi name at one point? Golly, Soundhound all the way back down to here. Soundhound's at the 200-day. Good Lord. GoPro, no reaction to theirs. Who else were we looking for today, guys? Oh yeah, Monster Energy, Twilio, XYZ, Affirm. Affirm is another one I wanted to look at. I saw XYZ in the chat. Take a look at these. So we just now got to 405, guys. That's like the first round of reports in that first 5 minutes, and then it's like every 5 minutes or so after that. All right, let me see what other news we have. Take Two. I said Twilio earlier. It's Take Two. Take Two down 13%. They pushed Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto, November 19th of 2026. 2 further delays. All right, I was just telling Stocks on Spaces that real fast. GTA 6 delayed another year, guys. Short.
Fuck.
Grand Theft Auto 6 is not coming out until November 19th of 2026 now.
Oh.
Hey. Appreciate you, Alan. Tim Horton. November, look, GTA 6, November 19th of 2026. So a year and 13 days. All right, we should get another SanDisk. I see just came out. That one was been talked about by a lot of people in our spaces. SanDisk up 6% already. SanDisk EPS 122 beats $1 estimate. 2.3 billion beats 2.16 billion. SanDisk, good numbers.
Long on memory cards. SD cards.
That's a good report on SanDisk. Taking out today's high. Have you guys looked at SanDisk? Options Mike was talking about this one. Look at this chart, Jordy.
Oh, I know. Oh, it's beautiful.
And they're up another 8%.
Like I said, long on SD cards, man. Long on SD cards.
That is crazy. Is DraftKings out yet? No, I haven't seen DraftKings yet. It's the one I want to see. SanDisk is a big one, though. Monster Energy, 53 cents. Double beat for Monster. MNST. Double beat. I'd like to dig in and see the trade desk. Dude, gap EPS on Take Two. They were estimating a loss of 54 cents. Now it's going to be between $1.90 and $2.25 as a loss.
Ooh.
Can you imagine that?
Jeez.
Like EPS, like, hey, we were going to lose 54 cents a share. Now we're going to lose $2 a share.
When's DraftKings coming out?
Should be any moment. on DraftKings. EKNG. Oh, the Tesla shareholder meeting's supposed to be starting too. I forgot about that. Just started like right now, right? Firm. It's funny, some of these names are down so much today, like they're bouncing back to where they were. All right, I got the Tesla shareholder. Here's the Tesla shareholder meeting. It hasn't started yet. Is it going to be like the NVIDIA thing? This is different because this is way different. So the NVIDIA had like presentation of like everything they were doing and working with. This shareholder meeting is like more about company updates. But really like there's one thing that this is about. One thing and then like a side piece. Are they going to approve Elon's compensation package that they've been fighting to get for years? That's the one thing that this is really about. There's also in that vote there, are they going to approve Tesla investing in XAI? But 1 trillion pay package, all based on like incentives and getting certain things. But can you imagine if they don't approve this and Elon like just says, all right, I'm leaving the company or something? I don't think he would, but can you imagine? He would lose so much money because if he said like I'm stepping down, he said I'm stepping down from Tesla, dude, Tesla would just crater. But he owns so much Tesla shares himself, it would crater. But if this passes, we may get all-time high.
I agree. DraftKings coming out in under a minute.
Block or Square or XYZ or whatever they call it now. God, Nancy, no. Good God, they missed EPS. Is that a double miss on? No way. Where's the full numbers on XYZ? Let me see if I can get this for you. I don't see the full numbers here. The shareholder meeting's starting.
DraftKings dumping. I'm probably not gonna be watching.
Yeah, you can go if you need to go.
DraftKings down like $3 at 25 here.
Similar to last year, this meeting will have 2 parts. We'll go through the 14 ballot items. The second part, Elon Musk. Today we will discuss business outlook and may make other forward-looking statements. Such statements.
What is DraftKings?
It's getting dumped down so far.
Oh no, it's down 12%. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
buy some more shares. I'm buying DraftKings shares.
And should not be relied on thereafter. We make no obligation to update them after today. We'd like to welcome members of the Tesla team here, members of PricewaterhouseCoopers, and members of our board. Before we get started, why don't we hear from Robin, our board chair.
All right, Tesla meeting is live.
Let's go.
Well, good afternoon,
Pump
everyone.
Tesla at all-time highs. I'm gonna go eat my banh mi.
Welcome you all
I will see
Yeah,
all of
I'm
you
not
later.
gonna stay here much longer. I was just kind of curious as I started.
My voice.
All right,
Let's
Jordy.
hope for Tesla all-time highs. Y'all W's in the chat.
Non-stop, I think.
Make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. We'll see you tomorrow.
Could not
I'm out of here.
continue to
Amp,
do the impressive
I'll see you tomorrow.
without
Well, I'll see you in a little bit, but
our shareholders.
We'll see you in about an hour.
Engagement
peace.
will
Yeah,
Later, y'all.
wait.
And I'm thrilled at how many of you made your voices
All right.
heard this year as we aspire to create more value than any other company in history. Yes. Without your support, we could not have reached the heights that we've already demonstrated over our relatively
What do you guys think happens here?
yet storied history.
Do you think they approve this?
In our quest to build a world of sustainable abundance, we are excited to continue this partnership. Tesla is at an inflection
I love
point.
holding down the
I think
fort.
I've said that 3,000 times over the last few weeks.
Boy, poor
And
DraftKings
this
just getting
last year
wrecked though.
has been a critical one in our history. I want to take some time to review the acknowledgements and achievements by the Tesla team, of which I and my fellow directors are incredibly proud of. We continue to redefine the automotive industry across
Better get approved.
customer experience and ownership.
It does look like
Y
Elizabeth Warren. That's
again, the
that's
best-selling
funny.
vehicle worldwide of any vehicle in 2024. And with the new Model Y released earlier
He did put $1
this year,
billion
it's now
into
better
this.
than ever. Our energy business continues to reach new heights, and we deployed 31 gigawatt hours in 2024, more than double what we achieved in 2023. Fabulous. I love the energy business. And we are actively investing in both of these businesses as we aim to maximize their installed base of production globally. The installed base serves as the platform for our future value, and that creation over time, Tesla will achieve through services such as robotaxi and virtual power plants, powered by our real-world AI. In 2024, through the use of our products, Tesla consumers avoided releasing nearly 32 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And this is a 70% increase year over year. Our ability to avoid emissions will only accelerate from here as we displace larger volumes.
I turn up the volume. I think that's as loud as it goes.
And increase the utilization of our products.
It's just not very loud. I had to turn up my volume.
Avoidance is not only the thing that we focus on here at Tesla. Improving safety has been paramount to our mission since day one. Our vehicles consistently achieve the highest safety standards when tested across the world. And that safety is increasingly enhanced with
Let me try one other thing.
Technology. In 2024, our global fleet of vehicles experienced one crash after driving more than 6.8 million miles. That's amazing, 6.8 million miles. And to put that in context, that is 10 times better or safer than the average driver in the US, 10 times better. And in 2024, and is nearly double the safety performance of our autopilot technology in meticulously evaluating each step on the product journey, from raw
If this is any
material
better.
extraction to intermediate processing, manufacturing, delivery, product use, and the end of life, looking all the way through to making sure that we reduce our resource impact and the
I'm
bringing
trying to remember what they said when they
that
brought
to
her up.
life across the entire sustainable and closed loop economy. For more details on what we do each and every day, I encourage you all to read the impact report. It is an amazing document and it continues to improve over time in terms of what the team is doing. And we are also laser focused on ensuring the resulting prosperity of our efforts can be shared by all. This applies to our employees, our customers, and even those who have yet to enjoy one of our products or engage with our company in any meaningful way.
I don't think that's his
Tesla
mom.
spends countless hours ensuring that we procure the most responsibly sourced and produced inputs. We maximise the safety of our operations, and that all Tesla employees can benefit from the appreciation of our equity through our incentive programs, and that we continue to bring down the cost of our fabulous products across the range, increasing that accessibility for all. At the end of the day, we here at Tesla are working tirelessly to make the world a better place for all. You are the beating heart of Tesla, and we cannot continue to deliver without you. To the management team who never get
No, it's not his mom.
Thank you for your huge efforts.
Chair of Tesla's board of directors. Okay.
To our shareholders, all of you in the room and on the webcast globally, once again, thank you for your support. Please know that we are listening to you and are here to represent your interests. You are the owners of the company, and your voices, your perspectives, and your input are critical to what we do here at Tesla each and every day. My fellow directors and I serve you as
Tesla's mom.
oversee Tesla's mission, purpose, and strategy, and these responsibilities are in our minds every day. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow directors for their diligence, their dedication, and their tireless efforts. Changing the world for the better is always accompanied by difficulties. And what I can say is that you can't do it by checking the boxes and just reviewing PowerPoint presentations. Thank you for rolling up your sleeves, each and every one of our directors, the hard work that you do, lending your unique talents and delivering to our shareholders. Thank you. Thank you. Our accomplishments have been hard-earned, and these last several years have not been without their challenges. We still have much to accomplish, and I believe that we have the right team, the right technologies, the right physical infrastructure to create a world that we've only just begun to imagine.
Definitely has an accent that could
future
be
is bright.
South African.
Thank you. Now I'm going to hand it back to Brandon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Open. We have already received over the past few weeks voting proxies from our shareholders. However, if you wish to vote your shares now, you may do so on the online portal or with the ballot boxes you received at the front. Tesla has appointed Tony Carridio, a member of the Carridio Group, to serve as our Inspector of Elections. In addition, Broadridge Financial Solutions has certified that starting on September 17th, 2025, the proxy materials or notice of internet availability of the materials
Tesla's up 1% right now
to shareholders of record as of September 15th, 2025. We have a majority of the outstanding shares represented at the meeting, so I declare that a quorum is present. We now will proceed with the meeting. The items of the agenda are as follows. There are 6 Tesla proposals. The election of our 3 Class 3 directors, Ira, Joe, and Kathleen, to serve a term of 3 years until their successors are duly qualified. Number 2, to approve say on pay on a non-binding advisory basis. 3, to ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as our independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal year 2025. 4, to adopt amendments to our organizational documents.
I buy some TSLL shares right now as a lotto.
Majority voting requirements. 5, to amend and restate the 2019 equity incentive.
20.75. Why not?
The 2025 CEO performance plan to Elon Musk. The Tesla board has recommended that all our shareholders vote for each of the director nominees and for the Tesla proposals except for the one on supermajority voting where no recommendation has been made. We also have 8 shareholder proposals that are described in our proxy statement. I'd like to remind the shareholders that Tesla's board has prepared a statement of opposition on each of them except for the one regarding XAI. Those statements are in our proxy. Now let's go through the shareholder proposals. The first one is an advisory vote regarding board authorization of investment in XAI. Our board has not made a recommendation on this. The shareholder proposal is proposed by Mr. Stephen Hawk, who I believe is here to present the proposal. Mr. Hawk?
I think this guy with the cowboy hat in the front row.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow shareholders, Elon, and esteemed board members. Thank you for this historic.
What is this? They just showed his back of his head on camera.
It's truly my honor to present shareholders.
Mr. Hawk too.
It is the proposal is simple. I urge the board to exercise its discretion and authorize a strategic investment in XAI in some meaningful way, sooner rather than later. This isn't just capital, it's about formalizing Tesla's role as a leader in autonomous intelligence, turning AI into our new book, not just a new chapter. Tesla has always been an AI company, revolutionizing transportation, energy, and robotics through FSD and Optimus. But as we approach the singularity during this tsunami of AI, outsourcing our brain to external providers risks misaligned goals, data vulnerabilities, and lost innovation. XAI, founded by Elon, is different. It is maximally truth-seeking, curiosity-driven, and aligned with humanity's best interests, like Tesla's mission for sustainable abundance. XAI was seeded with Tesla talent, enabling bidirectional flow for highest caliber staff attraction and retention. Integrating Grok models within our vast real-world data would further supercharge FSD for safer vehicles, empower Optimus to navigate complex worlds, and to optimize energy grids. Think vertical integration of Tesla as the Neuralink of AI platforms, controlling the coming Optimus army with prudent stewardship. Financially, it's a no-brainer. XAI's explosive growth could yield massive returns, strengthening our balance sheet amid EV pressures, with Elon's stewardship the best for shepherding AI safely. Conflicts are minimal. Board oversight ensures fairness. XAI needs Tesla more than vice versa. But together we foster human happiness, consciousness, and meaning beyond work, shifting purpose from labor to truth-seeking in a world of abundance. Shareholders, we can't be spectators. Tesla must actively participate. Let's not outsource our destiny, but rather own it and maintain power, control, and safety. I call on the board to formalize this investment relationship.
Oh, now they show the guy?
And you to support it. Thank you to Elon. And special thanks to Tesla Boomer Mama, Alexandra Mertz.
Thank you, Mr.
Omar is here somewhere.
The second shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding adopting targets and reporting on certain sustainability metrics with our senior executive compensation plans. Our board has recommended that our shareholders vote against this proposal, as explained in our proxy. The shareholder proposal is proposed by Tulip Share LLC, whose representative, Mr. Akrouge, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Hello shareholders, I am Antoine Argouge, CEO of the impact fund Tulip Share, speaking in support of Proposal 8. Our proposal asks Tesla's board to take a simple but meaningful step, link a portion of the executive compensation to measurable sustainability performance. Tesla's success has always been built on bold, measurable goals, production target, market cap milestone, and innovation. But as we enter a new era of scrutiny around climate, labor, and governance issues, it's time that part of those milestones also reflect how sustainable that success is achieved. Proposal 8 is not asking to replace all the financial goals. We're asking to strengthen them. Imagine if one or two tranches of the future compensation were tied to tangible outcomes such as reduction in carbon intensity per vehicle, verified improvement in worker safety, or supply chain transparency. These are metrics that protect long-term shareholder value, reduce legal and reputational risk, and ensure Tesla's leadership is rewarded not only for scale, but for sustainable impact. Tesla's mission is to accelerate the world's transition, linking compensation to sustainability metrics, ensure that this mission lives at the very core of the leadership decision-making. This is how Tesla can continue to lead, not just in innovation, but also in responsibility. We urge shareholders to vote for this proposal and support a compensation framework that drives both performance and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akrouge.
I understood about 70% of that.
In the proxy. Our third shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding an audit of certain labor practices. The board has recommended against that, as set forth in our proxy. The shareholder proposal is proposed by the National Center for Public Policy Research, whose representative, Stefan Padfield, has prepared a
blah, blah, blah.
My name is Stefan Padfield, and I am the Executive Director of the Free Enterprise Project. The Free Enterprise Project is part of the National Center for Public Policy Research, which is the proponent of Proposal 9, requesting that Tesla conduct and report on a child labor audit. Let me begin by emphasizing that we are strong supporters of free enterprise, innovation, and shareholder value. We recognize Tesla's extraordinary contributions to the electric vehicle market. Our proposal is not anti-Tesla. It is pro-transparency and pro-shareholder. Proposal 9 asks for something very simple and reasonable, a verified accounting of whether and to what extent child labor is implicated in Tesla's supply chain. Tesla's opposition statement relies on policies, but policies are not the same as proof. A quote-unquote zero-tolerance policy is commendable, but without independent verification, it is only a promise, not evidence. The U.S. Department of Labor continues to list cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo among the sectors with the worst forms of child labor. A 2023 white paper on the financial and material impacts of child labor, authored by Hayes, identifies Tesla as a case study in the ongoing risks that cobalt and other mineral sourcing pose to automakers. And while Tesla's own 2024 impact report notes that the company invested more human and legal resources than ever before to combat forced and child labor, it provides no metrics showing whether those investments are working. Shareholders deserve data, not just assurances. We are asking Tesla to back its admirable words with verifiable results through a third-party audit or a transparent report. This is not just a moral question, it's a governance and risk management issue. Reputational, legal, and operational risks can directly affect shareholder value. So too can the risk that enthusiasm for electric vehicles undermines proper accounting of the often hidden cost that child labor may be embedded deep in EV supply chains. If Tesla is truly the industry leader it claims to be, it should also lead in transparency. We all know that proxy vote counts can be distorted by a plethora of conflicts of interest. Accordingly, we urge Tesla's board to see this proposal not as an attack, but as an opportunity to properly account for the costs and benefits of Tesla's mission, regardless of the final vote. If you have not done so already, please vote for Proposal 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padfield. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our fourth shareholder proposal is a vote to amend the bylaws to repeal a derivative suit ownership threshold. Our board has recommended against, as set forth in the proxy.
Come on, let's get through these six.
Proposed by the comptroller of the state of New York as the lead filer, whose representative Thomas D. Napoli has proposed a pre-recorded message.
This is Thomas DiNapoli, New York State Controller. As trustee of the New York State Common Retirement Fund, owner of more than 3.3 million shares, we urge shareholders of Tesla to vote for Proposal 10 to amend the bylaws to repeal the 3% derivative suit ownership threshold. We filed the proposal, along with New York City Controller Brad Lander, to restore one of the most fundamental investor rights, the right of shareholders to hold directors and officers legally accountable when they breach their fiduciary duties. When Tesla asked investors last year to approve its move from Delaware to Texas, the board assured us that shareholder protections were similar in both states. Yet within months, Tesla's board engaged in a bait-and-switch scheme and immediately turned its back on its investors by amending its bylaws to reduce shareholder rights as soon as Texas offered an opportunity to do so. The new bylaw allowed Tesla to block nearly every investor from bringing a derivative suit unless they hold 3% of the company's stock, currently about $30 billion in Tesla shares. That threshold leaves only Elon Musk and a handful of giant Wall Street funds with any legal standing to act on their own. It effectively makes the board immune from accountability. Tesla claims this rule is meant to discourage frivolous lawsuits, but courts already have tools to dismiss meritless cases. This bylaw doesn't stop abuse, it stops proper oversight. And it tells shareholders that the board no longer wants to be answerable to them. Our proposal simply seeks to repeal that bylaw and restore accountability. It ensures that if directors violate their duties, all investors still have a path to protect the company's long-term value. Unfortunately, this attack on shareholder rights is part of a larger pattern at Tesla. We see a board that lacks true independence. The board has allowed our CEO to divide his attention among multiple outside ventures and then offered a pay proposal that could hand him a $1 trillion windfall and even more unchecked power. These are not isolated issues. They all stem from the same problem, a board that refuses to act as an independent check on management. Tesla has changed the world through innovation, but no company, no matter how visionary, can thrive without accountability. Strong governance protects investors and strengthens companies over time. I urge all
this guy's a bright ray of
to send
sunshine.
a clear message.
Good Lord.
Independence and respect for shareholders are essential to Tesla's future success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Napoli.
They booed him.
Our board's response is set forth in the proxy. The fifth shareholder proposal is a vote to amend Article 10 of the bylaws.
That was great.
It has recommended that our shareholders vote against it, as set forth in our proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by the Treasurer of the State of Illinois and trustee of the Bright Directions College and Savings Trust as the lead filer, whose representative, Michael Ferrix, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Fellow Tesla shareholders and members of the board, my name is Michael Ferrix. I serve as treasurer for the state of Illinois and as trustee of the Illinois College Savings Programs. I'm here to present Proposal 11, which asks Tesla to adopt a simple investor protection. If the board chooses to impose more restrictive requirements for submitting shareholder proposals, as newly permitted under Texas law, those changes must be ratified by a supermajority of shareholders. At its core, this proposal is about protecting shareholder rights. If the board decides to limit our ability to submit proposals, this amendment ensures that shareholders have the final say. It helps to ensure that Tesla remains aligned with the will of its investors, plain and simple. Now, why is this important? Tesla is navigating a period of volatility, leadership transitions, intense competition, and heightened scrutiny from regulators and customers. In times like these, strong governance and active shareholder input can be critical. They serve as competitive advantages that position Tesla to lead, not just react. This proposal seeks to implement a reasonable safeguard that would reinforce accountability and build trust. The board itself has emphasized the importance of investor feedback. In the proxy statement, Chair Robin Denholm and Director Kathleen Wilson-Thompson wrote, "We are in Texas because it provides a more predictable governance framework that allows us to hear from you, the people who know Tesla best." If the board actively seeks to hear from shareholders, it's hard to reconcile that position with their opposition to this proposal. To reiterate what's at stake, Texas law now allows shareholder submission thresholds higher than SEC standards, requiring shareholders or groups to hold 3% of voting shares or $1 million in stock to submit a proposal. Compare that to current SEC rules, which allow a shareholder to have holdings as low as $2,000 to $25,000, depending on how long the shareholder has held the stock. If the board chooses to adopt the Texas thresholds, they risk silencing investors who could drive meaningful governance improvements, as well as narrowing the pipeline of ideas. Note that this proposal does not limit the board's direction to evaluate governance options. It simply ensures that if the board adopts the Texas shareholder submission thresholds, a supermajority of shareholders must ratify that decision. That's fair. It's reasonable and fully aligned with the board's stated commitment to its investors. Again, I encourage my fellow investors to vote for Proposal 11 as a clear step towards protecting our rights as shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrix. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. The sixth shareholder proposal is an advisory vote to elect each director annually. Our board has recommended against, as set forth the reasons in the proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by James McRitchie, who has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Thank you, shareholders. We've presented this proposal before, 2021 and 2024. It won a majority both times, even with board opposition. But Tesla requires a supermajority of shares outstanding, so those majorities weren't enough. Today we ask again, join the 90% of S&P 500 companies that elect all directors annually. Declassification means accountability every year, not every 3 years. Most institutional investors support this reform. It's the retail votes we need here today. A Delaware court recently found 3 major governance failures at Tesla. The board wasn't independent, the disclosures to shareholders on its pay plan were misleading, and the board failed to negotiate properly on our behalf. Declassifying the board is part of the cure. It ensures shareholders can hold directors accountable each year or nominate qualified replacements when needed. Matt Moscardi of Free Float Media calls this one of the most important votes of the year because it could shift Tesla's board from a friends and family plan to independent professionals with the skills necessary for Tesla's next chapter. We're also endorsed by Nell Minow, co-founder of Value Edge Advisors, and ISS, one of the most respected proxy advisors. John Chevedden's related proposal, number 13, calls for simple majority voting. We'll need that.
I love how they,
too,
before this, they said there's already a majority of the votes in.
Tesla's Musk
and now they're making
a
stand on this.
Strength is fading, along with his global reputation. Remember, Tesla is his only publicly traded company. It's the liquid piggy bank that fuels his other ventures. Yes, Elon Musk is brilliant, but no company should depend on a single personality. Either he stays long enough to keep using your capital elsewhere, or he moves on when the tap runs dry. Either way, shareholders must prepare for Tesla's future, a democratic, professional company.
This guy just say he wants to get rid of Elon?
Independent board. Let's build Tesla to attract customers, employees, and investors who all contribute to its innovations. Vote for proposal number 4, declassify the board. Vote for
These are
proposal
like
number 13,
major
eliminate
institutional holders and
supermajority
stuff, retirement
requirements.
funds and all that.
Together, let's restore accountability, independence, and trust at Tesla. Vote now before the polls close. Your vote can make a real difference in Tesla's future and your future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRitchie. As a reminder, the board's response was contained in the proxy. Our 7th shareholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding a proposal that won 54% at last year's meeting.
How many are there? 13?
Against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This
I used to sit here forever.
by John Chevedden, who is on the line to present this proposal.
Well, they had nothing better to do until futures open back up.
Hello, this is John Chevedden. Proposal 13. This proposal is about Tesla being governed by a Democratic majority vote standard. This Proposal 13 is proud to be on the same topic as the Tesla Proposal 6. Shareholders request that Tesla take the steps necessary so that each voting requirement in the Tesla charter and bylaws that calls for a greater than simple majority vote be replaced by a Democratic requirement for a majority of the votes cast for and against such proposals or a simple majority vote standard. It is important to vote for both Proposal 13 and Proposal 6, which are on the very same topic. In fact, it's more important to vote for Proposal 6 because Proposal 6 is a binding proposal and this Proposal 13 is an advisory proposal. It is important to vote for Proposal 13 because Proposal 13 is a backup proposal in case the Tesla Proposal 6 does not get enough votes. This Proposal 13 has one advantage over Proposal 6 in that it requires less votes to be approved by shareholders than the Tesla Proposal 6, since this Proposal 13 is an advisory proposal. But it's still important to vote for both proposals. Adoption of Proposal 6 will pave the way for annual election of each Tesla director sooner than this Proposal 13. Annual election of each Tesla director will tend to keep Tesla directors away from their current status as being lapdog enablers for Mr. Musk and Mr. Musk's outrageous executive pay and Mr. Musk's outrageous distractions from Tesla. Please vote yes for Tesla being governed by a Democratic majority vote standard, Proposal 13, and vote for the Tesla Proposal 6 on the same topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chevedden. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our 8th and final shareholder proposal is an advisory vote to seek shareholder approval before adopting certain bylaw amendments pursuant to Texas law. The board has opposed it for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This shareholder proposal is proposed by Eric and Emily Johnson and Bryce Matherin as co-filers, whose representative Bruce Abear from New Ground Social Investment has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Herbert of New Ground Social Investment in Seattle, and I stand to move proposal number 14, a simple request that Tesla hold a vote before adopting any bylaw that would restrict the ability to file a shareholder proposal. Here's why this matters. Texas recently passed a law that allows companies to set sky-high barriers to shareholder participation. Instead of the SEC's current one-year ownership threshold of $25,000, these Texas rules would require owning $1 million of stock, or 3% of the company, in Tesla's case roughly $30 billion, before one could file a proposal. And Tesla could enact this without a shareholder vote, simply by issuing a notice. This is not shareholder democracy. It's silencing shareholders, like nearly every one of us in this room, whether you are an individual, retiree, or institution. The backers of such thresholds presume you must be ultra-rich in order to have a good idea, which on its face is a baseless and undemocratic proposition. The shareholder proposal process serves both Tesla and the capital markets. This is because stockholders frequently spot emerging risks long before they hit the headlines, whether in the form of labor relations, climate impacts, or failures in governance. Shareholders provide an efficient, early warning system that helps companies to stay ahead of the curve. We are a low-cost, high-value cornerstone that keeps companies and capital markets healthy. In closing, corporate democracy is not a nuisance. It's an important safeguard. It's how shareholders ensure accountability and informed long-term value creation. The idea here is quite simple. Before limiting shareholder rights, put it to a shareholder vote. Therefore, to keep Tesla engaged, accountable, and forward-looking, please vote for proposal number 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Please note now is your final opportunity to submit any votes for them to be counted.
There we go.
I declare that the polls are now closed. Based on the proxies that we have received and the votes submitted at the meeting, I'd like to announce these results on a preliminary basis. With respect to the shareholder proposals, items 8 through 14, our shareholders have supported the recommendations on the Tesla board on all of them, other than proposal 12. With respect to proposal 7 regarding XAI, while we have received more votes in favor than we did in against, there were a significant number of abstentions. Since this is an advisory vote, the board will examine the next steps in light of this level of shareholder support. Now, moving on to the Tesla proposals.
Boy, Tesla's charts all over the place.
On the proposal to adopt amendments to our organizational documents to eliminate certain supermajority voting requirements, our shareholders have not approved. Second, on the Say on Pay advisory vote, our shareholders have approved. Third, on the ratification of the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers as our Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the 2025 fiscal year, shareholders have approved. Fourth, on the election of our 3 Class 3 directors, Ira, Joe, and Kathleen, our shareholders have re-elected them.
Want to get us to Elon? I want to know, is Elon getting paid or not? Tesla's stock's going all over the place.
Equity incentive plan, our shareholders have approved.
Make sure this is live.
The 2025 CEO Performance Award to our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, with over 75% voting in favor. Approved.
There it is. They approved it.
I declare this meeting is now closed. Elon Musk.
Oh, Elon is top of the world. Look at this guy. That's not 2%.
Welcome.
Oh my God, that's so loud.
So, what we're going to
Gonna see what Elon says here. See the robot dancing over there on the side? The Optimus dancing is awesome.
Those bots
There
are
it
just
is.
dancing. There are no wires. Those are actual robots.
His flaps open in the back.
Thanks, guys. First of all, I'd like to just give a heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported the shareholder votes. I super appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank the Tesla board for their immense support. We have a fantastic board, fantastic group of shareholders. Thank you all. And what we're about to embark upon is not merely a new chapter of the future of Tesla, but a whole new book. And I'm going to talk about that. So this really is going to be quite the story. And Optimus is a fundamental part of that. The sheer scale of Optimus, I mean, I'm going to say a bunch of things that probably I shouldn't say, you know, but but that's what keeps it interesting. I mean, have you watched any other annual shareholder meeting? I mean, honestly, it's like, I mean, if you need to go to sleep, sure. I mean, other shareholder meetings are like snooze fests. I mean, but ours are bangers. I mean, look at this. This is sick. Yeah, we got like the cyberpunk nightclub here with real robots just standing there and milling around and dancing. And
Look, we won't get demonetized.
Our engineering headquarters in Palo
I'll
Alto.
go out and clip out
robots
that.
just walking around
We'll
the
be
office
fine.
24/7 with no one minding them. And then they go charge themselves. And yeah, so the scale of Optimus, like I said, that's really going to be something else. I think it's going to be the biggest product of all time by far. Yeah. So, like bigger than cell phones, bigger than anything. I guess the way to think about it is that every human on Earth is going to want to have their own personal R2-D2 C3PO. So who wouldn't? But actually, Optimus will be even better than that. You know, like, R2-D2, it's kind of would beep at you, and it's kind of hard to figure out what he's talking about. You know, you need C3PO to translate. But Optimus is going to be, like, everyone's going to want one. I think in terms of industry, providing products and services, I think it's probably, I don't know, 3 to 5 robots in industry for every, one that's a personal robot. I think there could be tens of billions of Optimus robots out there. Now, obviously, it's very important we pay close attention to safety here, because we do want the Star Wars movie, not the Jim Cameron movie. I love Jim Cameron's movies, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, yeah. So we're gonna launch on the fastest production ramp of any product, of any large complex manufactured product ever. And starting with building a 1 million unit production line in Fremont. And that's line one. And then a 10 million unit per year production line here on the I don't know where we're going to put the 100 million unit production line. Maybe on Mars, I don't know. But I think
just over 2%.
It's going to literally get to 100 million a year, maybe even $1 billion.
$4.55 a share right now.
you know, people often talk about like eliminating poverty, giving everyone amazing medical care. Well, there's actually only one way to do that, and that's with the Optimus robot. With humanoid robots, you can actually give everyone amazing medical care. In terms of Optimus will be more precise. Optimus will ultimately be better than the best human surgeon, with a level of precision that isn't possible, that is beyond human. So I think that's a pretty wild concept to say, okay, if you know, people always talked about eliminating poverty, but actually Optimus will actually eliminate poverty. Optimus will actually give people incredible medical care. So, I mean, and so you start getting like sort of some pretty wild sci-fi sort of scenarios where, and some of these things I say will obviously be taken out of context and used in snippets and, you know, sent around, but whatever. I still going to say them. You know, like I think we may be able to give people a more, if somebody's committed crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say like you now get a free Optimus and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it. You know, you don't have to put people in like prisons and stuff. I think it's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future. You know, my book recommendation for maybe the best, mostly utopian sci-fi future are the Ian Banks books, the culture books. So if you're curious, like what do I think the future is probably like? I think it's probably a bit like that. Or, you know, Asimov to some degree, but I think it's, and Heinlein, but Ian Banks, if you're like saying, what does Elon think the future probably will be like for AI and robots, it's kind of Banksian. Now, and things do get kind of wild from an economic standpoint. Because at a certain point, with AI and robotics, you can actually increase the global economy by a factor of 10 or maybe 100. There's not like an obvious limit. Like Optimus is kind of like an infinite money glitch. You know, and maybe there won't even be money in the future. Or money might be measured in terms of wattage, like how much you know, power can you bring to bear from an electrical standpoint. I guess what I'm saying is hang on to your Tesla stock. Yeah.
That's different. Remember 3 quarters ago and he said to sell it? So don't buy it?
Man, it's pretty wild. You're welcome. Let's see, I think we've got some slides to go through. I'm going to say ad-lib a lot of this stuff, but...
I kind of like his jacket.
You know, when we started Tesla, the goal was to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy, and that's what we've done. I think Tesla has really led the way with electric vehicles, with battery packs, with a lot of solar, and many other companies have then followed our lead and done that. And electric cars, which used to be non-existent, are now prevalent. And the Model Y, for example, is the #1 selling car of any kind on Earth. But obviously now with AI and robotics, we need to update our mission. And our mission I think it's good. It's a great mission, which is to achieve sustainable abundance, which is, it's like, because I often ask people, like, what is the future that you want? What's the best future you can imagine? Because we want to try to make that future, like make the best future you can imagine. And I guess probably the best future is if people, can have whatever they want from a goods and services standpoint or medical standpoint, but at the same time, we don't destroy nature, and we keep the rainforests and the beautiful national parks and all that stuff. And so that's what I mean by sustainable abundance. Is that people, can have whatever they want, have all their needs met, but we still keep all of the natural beauty that we want. Okay. I mean, if somebody can think of a better future, I'm all ears. But I think that's probably the best way to go. So yeah. Let's see. So. Yeah, as you know, every Tesla is designed to be autonomous. So it's sometimes difficult to explain to people if they've not. In fact, I'm sure you've all encountered this, where you try to tell people that the Tesla can drive itself, and they think you're crazy or something. I mean, especially apart from the Cybertruck, our cars look pretty normal. I mean, they're good-looking cars, but they don't look super. They look normal. But I guess it's kind of like having a cat, and the cat's just sitting. Let's say you've got a cat and it's like just sitting there on the couch, and you try to tell people that the cat can actually, it's actually Puss in Boots, and it can actually put on boots and a hat and swashbuckle and sing and dance, and people are like, no way, man, that's a cat. Until the cat does all those things.
Interesting comparison.
And you're like, damn, what the? We've got, millions of Tesla cars out there that are kind of like Puss in Boots. They're intelligent, but people don't know that they're intelligent. They look like normal cars, but actually they're super smart and can drive themselves. So I think that's probably the single biggest thing we need to do is to educate potential customers that you can either have a cat that's like a normal cat, or you can have Puss in Boots, and Puss in Boots is very cool. These days when people come to our stores, or even people that have the car haven't turned it on, we find, and sometimes people have paid for FSD and haven't turned it on. We're like, what? You should at least try it once. And so now we'll the sales team, the service team will actually sit with customers and say, look, let us show you how it works and how easy it is. And then once they've tried it for even just a few days, they can't live without it. And now with version 14, we're actually getting to the point where we almost feel comfortable allowing people to text and drive, which is kind of the killer app. Because that's really what people want to do. And do. Actually, right now, the versions, the car's a little strict about keeping your eyes on the road. But I'm confident that in the next month or two, we're going to look closely at the safety statistics, but we will allow you to text and drive, essentially.
There we go. That's what we really wanted.
So, yeah.
That is interesting, T7, installing some puts and...
It's something about the current situation, which often people will actually turn off FSD to text, and turn it back on, which is less safe. So yeah, that's probably
he's cracking me up. T7, I like that thought process. Harvest some ball on the downside.
Approved in Europe, so we certainly appreciate the support of our customers in Europe pushing the regulators to approve FSD, because you can't even get just normal supervised FSD is not allowed in Europe currently, which doesn't make any sense. And I've had these like crazy conversations with the regulators that seem like a Franz Kafka novel, where I'm like, well, look, we have, billions of kilometers of data that shows that FSD increases safety. And they're like, well, we have to have all these committee meetings. I'm like, yeah, but people's lives are at stake here. So definitely a pressure from our customers in Europe to push the regulators to approve would be appreciated. And then we have partial approval in China, and we hopefully will have full approval in China around February or March or so. That's what they've told us. Yeah, but yeah, the fact that every Tesla car is capable of full self-driving, every car we build and have built for the last several years is capable of full self-driving is pretty wild, and most people don't know that. So, and then we've got the first car that is specifically built for unsupervised full self-driving to be a robotaxi. It's called a cybercab. It doesn't even have pedals or a steering wheel. Yeah. So there's no side view mirrors. There's no So it's very much optimized for the lowest cost per mile in an autonomous mode. And that production is happening right here in this factory, and we'll be starting production in April next year. So the way that Cybercab is designed is it's designed obviously for a purely autonomous world, but also the manufacturing system is unlike any other car. The manufacturing system of the Cybercab, it's closer to a high volume consumer electronics device than it is a car manufacturing line. So the net result is that I think we should be able to achieve, I think, ultimately less than a 10-second cycle time, basically a unit every 10 seconds. Maybe ultimately take a few years to get there, but it's theoretically possible to get to a 5-second production time. And so what that would mean is you could get on a line that would normally produce, say, 500,000 cars a year at a 1-minute cycle time, like Model Y, this would be maybe as much as 2 or 3 million. Maybe ultimately, it's theoretically possible to achieve a 5 million unit production line if you can get to the 5-second cycle time. So. A lot of cars. So these will be everywhere in the future. So, and we wanted to look futuristic, so it changes the look of the roads. So now the ingredients, when you look at what Optimus what's required to make Optimus and the various ingredients, what do you need to do high volume humanoid robot production? I think it's worth considering that really the cars we make are already robots, but they're four-wheeled robots. So Tesla is already the biggest robot manufacturer in the world because every car we make is a robot. And when you break it down to the fundamental elements, you've got batteries, power electronics, motors, gearboxes. You've got connectivity. You've got a vision-based AI. Hi, Optimus. And all the various pieces that you need for a humanoid robot. You need the AI chip. You need the AI software. you need to be able to manage a large fleet. And so really Optimus is a robot with arms and legs as opposed to a robot with wheels. So Tesla's ideally suited, I think, to succeed in this arena. You will see certainly many companies showing demonstration robots. There's really three things that are super difficult about robots. One is the engineering of the forearm and hand, because the human hand is an incredible thing, actually. It's super dexterous. So engineering the hand really well, the real-world AI, and then volume manufacturing. Those are generally the things that are missing. One or more of those things are missing from other companies. So Tesla is the only one that has all three of those. Yeah. So, yeah. So this is the Optimus kind of initial. It's kind of the prototype production line. The high volume production line will be very automated, obviously, but this is really the production line that we use to make the prototypes. So you can get a sort of rough sense for what it takes to build the robot. Got to pull the finger. And then, as I've said before, I think once we reach about 1 million units per year of sustained production or in excess of that, I think probably the cost of production is around $20,000 in current year dollars. So this will be certainly very affordable. Yeah, like I said, I think Optimus will ultimately increase the size of the economy probably by a factor of 10 or more. Next year is an incredibly good design. The Tesla engineering team is amazing. When you see Optimus 3, yeah. It will seem as though that there's someone like a person in a robot outfit, which is how we started with Optimus. It really is going to be something special. And then Optimus 4, that hopefully starts production in 27, and then Optimus 5 in 28. So it's kind of like an annual release cycle with significant improvements with each one, and gigantic increases in the scale of production. So, yeah, so sustainable abundance via AI and robotics. That's the future we're headed for. And as I think most people here know, the safety statistics show that miles driven on FSD are much safer than miles driven without it. So what this will translate to ultimately is saving the lives of millions of people and preventing hundreds of millions of accidents. So a massive increase in lives solved and tragedies avoided. It's going to be amazing. And how many people here have tried 14.1? Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, you can see even with the point releases, it's getting quite a bit better. It should be pretty smooth at this point. But really, 14.2 is there are major changes with 14.2 and then 14.3. I think by 14.3 is when we'll really be at the point where you can just pretty much fall asleep and wake up at your destination. So. And then I've been putting a lot of time into the new Tesla chip design because in order to have a functional robot, you have to have a great AI chip. And it needs to be an inexpensive chip, and it needs to be very power efficient. So we believe the AI5 chip will be probably about a third of the power of, say, something like a Blackwell. An NVIDIA Blackwell, which is a great chip, for roughly comparable performance, and much less than 10% of the cost. So, this is a chip that is very much optimized for the Tesla AI software stack. So it's not meant to be a general purpose chip, it's meant to be an amazing chip for the Tesla AI software. I mean, a couple things that I think like, how is Tesla able to achieve such an improvement? I think it is because we are specialized.
That is insane.
You know, NVIDIA has to serve
I can get in my car and just hit like Big Vito wherever and go to sleep and just wake up there.
Which is a very difficult problem. Whereas
That's crazy.
We just need to make it work for our software. And so we're able to simplify the chip dramatically. And then we also, I think we're unique in this, but like we have an integer-based system.
This goes back to break even.
Integer operations are fundamentally more efficient than floating point
or
operations.
48 a share.
So we can do floating point, but the vast majority of our inference is done in integer, which is, if you're familiar with sort of logic gates, like the simplicity of integer, and integer is much more power efficient, much more silicon efficient, but you actually have to train for integer inference, which everyone else is training for floating point. That's kind of like a niche technical detail, but it's actually very important. So yeah, this is going to be a great chip. So this chip will be made in basically in 4 places: TSMC Taiwan, Samsung Korea, TSMC Arizona, and TSMC Texas. And we already know what improvements to make for AI6. So I'm hopeful that we can, within less than a year of AI5 starting production, we can actually transition in the same fab to AI6 and double all of the performance metrics. So I'm super hardcore on chips right now, as you may be able to tell. I have chips on the brain. I dream about chips, literally. I can draw the you know, at least the broad brushstroke physical design of the AI5 chip by so this is really key. Now, one of the things I'm trying to figure out is how do we make enough chips? So respect for the Tesla partners, TSMC and Samsung. Yeah, you know, maybe we'll do something with Intel. We haven't signed any deal, but it's probably worth having discussions with Intel. But even when we extrapolate the best case scenario for chip production from our suppliers, it's still not enough. So I think we may have to do a Tesla Terafab. So it's like Giga, but way bigger. I can't see any other way to get to the volume of chips that we're looking for. So I think we're probably going to have to build a gigantic chip fab.
Cornelius, you're the first person to point that out to me. That autocorrect got me on that. So that's what you're here for. I appreciate you. Look at all these other friends in here. Nobody knows that.
Got to be done.
Intel, Taiwan Semi, Samsung.
So anyway, some of the stuff I've already talked about.
I mean, he is sitting here. They're going to spend on all
We've
this stuff.
Done a tremendous amount for sustainable energy, and that's only going to grow over time. The world is moving towards a solar battery.
Thanks, Cornelius. I appreciate you pointing that out, though.
That's where it was going to go anyway. But what Tesla's done is accelerate that outcome.
Yeah, INTC is up 3%.
Sometimes people don't understand quite how much energy comes from the sun. So the sun is 99.8% of all mass in the solar system, Jupiter being 0.1%, and then 0.1% is miscellaneous, Earth being in the miscellaneous category. So the total amount of energy, sometimes people say, well, we'll build fusion reactors on Earth. It's like, well, actually, the giant fusion reactor in the sky is basically impossible to beat, to such a degree that even if you could burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%. That's how much energy the sun produces. So solar power is necessarily the future. And I think there's going to be a lot of solar-powered AI satellites. And I think Tesla's going to play a role in that. We've obviously refreshed the product line, so S3XY. If people haven't tried the Model S, 3X or Y, or the Cybertruck, I recommend at least getting a test drive or a test ride, as the case may be. Try out the full self-driving, and I think you'll be blown away. So those who do not, if you might be listening and don't have a Tesla, you should try one. And of course, we've got the Cybertruck, which is the toughest truck of all time. It's literally bulletproof, faster than a Porsche 911, and can out-tow a Ford F-350. So it's a great car, great truck.
2-nanometer chips.
And then starting next year, we manufacture the Tesla Semi. So
this is what I'm really waiting on. I want Tesla to get into enterprise.
We already have a lot of.
Where does Tesla start getting large contracts from on the enterprise size? Because like you can sell cars, robots, all that stuff.
We'll start volume production at our Northern Nevada factory in 2026. So we've got two big products, or three massive products starting production next year. We've got Optimus, we've got Tesla Semi, and we've got the Cybercab. So. And then battery packs. So if you look at total U.S. power generation capability, it's roughly.
It's what I really want to see is Tesla Semi. Okay, when you see a bunch of these companies start buying Tesla Semis, let me see Tesla get some enterprise contracts with these big companies.
Day and night. So the daily and seasonal variations in power consumption mean that the United States and really every country is only producing about half as much electrical energy as it could, because without batteries, there's no effective way to buffer the energy. So what batteries actually enable is, even if you don't build any incremental power plants, you could double the energy output of the United States just with batteries. This is a super big deal. And in fact, I think that's really where most of the incremental energy production in the United States is going to come from, is literally batteries. So a bigger deal than it may seem. And then we've got, we keep improving the battery design, so the Mega Block, which makes it really easy to deploy battery, utility scale batteries. So we've just simplified and brought more of the components to be internal to the batteries, so you can just show up and drop off a battery and it works. And then hopefully with, well, not hopefully, over time we will actually add more and more of the power electronics so that Megapack will actually be able to output up to 35 kilovolts directly. So you won't need a substation, is what I'm saying. You can just literally drop it off, kind of like the way that a power wall, you just connect it to the house.
You all alone up here?
Wires go on one side and the other side goes
Yeah,
to the house
just
main,
watching Elon.
and that's
Some
it.
stuff's fascinating to me.
So we want to get Megapack to the point where you just literally take the utility wires and you plug them in, and it just works. So. Then we've got
Up almost
we've also built
3% still, giving it back a little bit, but
so
still
we do a
up
lot of things here at
2%.
Tesla.
Took out today's high.
That's the biggest supercharging network in the world by far.
I'm on the phone with United right now,
and
so I might
ultimately you'll be able to go
pop in
anywhere on
now,
Earth using a Tesla supercharger, and it's pretty close to anywhere
Where
else. But it's you know, it's going to be ultimately just anywhere. It'll just work anywhere. So. The supercharger team has done
Las
great
Vegas
work
police
expanding that and
Cybertrucks
improving
recently.
the
Yeah.
efficiency of the supercharger network.
I think Guadalajara down here
in
bought a
North
bunch of them
America, they
too.
did such a
And they
good
have some
job that
drones that
the,
launch out the back of them. It's
the other
sick
car
looking.
companies basically said, well, they'll just use the Tesla supercharger network. I'm like, okay, sounds good to us. You know, it's always important to have a slide on safety in the factory, so we continue to improve safety for our factory workers. We care a lot about their well-being, and you know, like one way you can just tell like if a company is a good company or not, if you just walk through the factory or walk through the office and catch the vibe, and the vibe in the Tesla factory is good. People are happy. You know, that's how you know it's a good company. We've also put a lot of investment into raw materials. So we've built in South Texas and Corpus Christi the biggest lithium refinery outside of China, I believe. So it's starting off with 50 gigawatt hours of lithium, and we'll expand from there. So this is a very important to have, you know, in a worst case scenario, that we have the ingredients necessary to make a battery. Very important. And then we've got here on this site the cathode factory, which is just the sort of giant building about a half mile that way. And we're just making sure that we, from a supply chain standpoint, are resilient against any potential geopolitical challenges. And then also at this factory, we also make the 4680 cell, which is getting better and better. And that 4680 cell will be used in the Cybercab. It is being used in the Cybertruck and will be used in the Cybercab and also in Optimus. So that's going well. But we continue, obviously, to get cells from many suppliers. It's kind of like the chip fab thing. We'll take as many chips as our suppliers can provide us, but then beyond that, if they can't provide us with any incremental cells or chips, we kind of have to make them ourselves or we get stuck. That's the Tesla Semi factory. So it's going to be pretty cool to see these going down the road in scale. yeah, so that's the basic.
Ooh, the sound home just went.
Sustainable abundance roll.
What did they say on their call? Thing was down bad. Down like 12%. Now it's up 2.
All right, so.
Nothing hit
Q&A
wire
now.
in their call. Did you see their earnings numbers?
Maybe at the next annual shareholder meeting, we'll have Optimus take some of the questions. That'd be cool.
All right, little Q&A. The cowboy hat up here first.
So let's see, Alexander. Well, thank you for your help, by the way. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Is that a mic? Is it? No, let me hold it. It's okay. Well, what a year's been, right? I mean, just a year ago, President Trump got elected on the same day. These 12 months have been a heck of 12 months. Thank you to the board, because I think they had to weather quite some storms with institutional investors. And obviously, thank you to you. And we stand with you. I think we showed it, and we will show it everywhere.
Thank you.
So we would like to express a wish, please. This is a nice venue. We love coming to the factory, and I think it's actually great we're doing this at the factory. But there are thousands of retail investors who are crying because they cannot. They come to me. I love playing the mama, but I now give it to you. Please organize.
Oh, she is the Tesla mama. Whoever said that in the comments earlier was right.
And we will do better than Berkshire.
Okay, sure.
And we can pay to make it happen.
Yeah. Actually, Tesla will be way, way, way bigger than Berkshire long term. It's going to be kind of nutty. All right, we'll do the next one. Maybe we'll do it in the, maybe the downtown arena or the soccer stadium or something like that.
And get your security check. We want to make sure that you're safe.
What if I just bob and weave?
But we want a party, and if you can bring the other Elon companies there as well, investors would really appreciate it.
All right, sounds good.
So thank you very much for listening to us.
All right.
Oh, that was the other lady. That is Tesla mama.
Elon, as a father, I just want to first thank you for the.
What's the? Is it 8.5 trillion he has to hit?
Freedom of speech. Thank you. And one question.
Something like that. Something crazy. I can't remember the full math.
Will you or Tesla ever consider FSD tied to an owner's account rather than a vehicle to encourage more frequent upgrades, provided the transfer is to only a brand new Tesla vehicle, while fostering brand loyalty? If the vehicle is sold or traded without upgrade to another Tesla, FSD ownership would end.
Well, we have done that a few times. I guess we could extend it again. All right, we'll extend it. We'll extend it for at least another quarter, and then play it by ear after that. All right.
Howdy, Elon. Congrats on not having to show up to work for free anymore.
Yeah.
We now have over a $40 billion war chest. We're cash flow positive and will remain that. We know how you feel about fiat already. Is it time to take a look at Bitcoin? What's your belief on that? Also,
a Bitcoin question.
Towards that there's a wheelchair accessible model in the works. Were you referring to the Robovian? And if so, can we please speed up production to help the least fortunate?
Sure. Obviously we need a vehicle that's big enough to fit a wheelchair, if it's wheelchair accessible. So I think
8.8 billion.
That is
per year
urban
for
or
10
robust
years.
or whatever we call it. I mean, it's not like we're slowing down because we want to slow down. It's like we're spinning.
I feel like NVIDIA might get there first.
But I do think it would be very cool.
This comment is about
it's
his like income.
Look at the roads and make it feel like the future. So it won't be long before we make that. but since we do have Optimus, we've got Cybercab.
Look how excited
Optimus,
and giddy he
and
is on his
Semi
face.
all
He
next
just
year.
looks excited.
We'll probably have to be maybe the year that, a couple years from now or something like that. But we certainly will make a wheelchair accessible vehicle.
There you go. Wheelchair accessible vehicle.
Hi, Satoshi. I was privileged enough to attend the Investor Day, and you
Just call him
also talked
Satoshi?
about the factory being a product. And I saw the dry cathode method and so
Or is this
forth. And I
guy's name
wanted to know
Satoshi?
the progress in that, and also
Is this the founder of
Optimus
Bitcoin right here?
working on that in the future, production line in the future.
Yeah, I guess the dry cathode, man, that's turned out to be a lot harder than we thought. It does look like it's going to be successful, and it will have some cost advantage relative to wet cathode. But if I had to wind the clock back, I would probably have gone with wet cathode instead of dry cathode, because it just turned out to be a lot harder to make it, capable of high volume production with super high reliability. But we will be scaling up battery cell production at Tesla, and looking for cell production from our suppliers as well, because we're going to be ramping up production.
He did dodge
very
that
dramatically
Bitcoin
at Tesla.
question
So,
completely.
Now that
Which
we believe we
he
have,
focused on the other part.
full self-driving, that we have autonomy solved.
He focused on the
or
wheelchair part.
within
That
a few
was
months
tough.
of
I hope
having
somebody else asked him about Bitcoin again.
unsupervised autonomy solved at a reliability level significantly better than human. That means it's time to ramp up production, because the value proposition is now much greater than a regular car. The killer app really is for people: can you text and drive, or can you sleep and drive? Can the car take you to your destination, or do you need to pay attention and have to drive it? And before we allow the car to be driven without paying attention, we need to make sure it's very safe. But like I said, we're on the cusp of that. I know I've said that a few times, but we really are at this point, and you can feel it for yourselves with the 14.1 release. What we're going to push to expand vehicle production as fast as we possibly can. So aspirationally, we'd aim to increase vehicle production by about 50% by the end of next year. So it's very hard to increase production, but that's roughly, I don't know, maybe we get to, I'm just guessing, at an exit rate by the end of next year of around 2.6, 2.7 million vehicles annualized production, and then aim to get to maybe 4 million by the annualized rate by the end of 27, and then maybe 5 million by the end of 28. Those are our aspirational goals. So this is a gigantic increase in output, which means that the entire supply chain has to move in unison with that increase in volume. The nature of producing a large complex product is that it moves as fast as the least lucky, dumbest element in the entire system, and there's 10,000 plus items. But this, like I said, this really is it's not just a new chapter for Tesla, it's a new book. And that new book is massively increasing vehicle production, and ramping up Optimus production faster than anything's ever been ramped up before in history. So.
Awesome. Elon, thank you. Thank you from all of us. The retail shareholders really care, and so I echo the sentiment of a larger venue where more can come. As a testament to that, I was fortunate enough to be here last year, and since then, touring the factory, talking to people that work here, I'm just a retail shareholder, but increased my holdings 12 times. right? So I know it's really engaging and gives people a confidence, and so thank you for having us, and I do echo that I hope it grows. Last year, I'm the one that asked you about your well-being and safety.
Oh yeah, I'm still alive.
And
still alive.
Broad, general question, and it was before, some of the uncertainty that's unfolded since then. And
yeah.
So I hope it had a positive, impact, and we all care. And so.
Okay, get your question out.
My question this year: you've talked recently about the most mind-blowing product demo of all time, and a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever.
Roadster. Yeah.
And I have patiently been waiting on my Founders Series Roadster reservation. So on behalf of the Founders Series guys that have stuck in there,
Roadster question.
Will we be invited to this unveil?
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
So all Founders Series can be invited?
Yes. I mean, it's the least we could do, frankly, for people that are long-suffering Roadster reservation holders. I feel confident saying it will be the most exciting product unveil ever. And I hope that whether it goes well or doesn't go well.
Since I'm up here, can I get the first one?
Well, I guess it's according to whoever put down their deposit in that sequence. So that's but you'll get a very early one. I mean, the new Roadster is very much sort of like it's not even the icing on the cake; it's the cherry on the icing on the cake. So I mean, it's really kind of like it's like it's not essential for sustainable abundance. Let me put it that way. But I do think there should be very cool technology in the world that is that's way beyond anything that's ever existed, and I think I'd like those, like, even if I could never have access to those things, I'd like to know that they exist and see the future happening. So I think it will be inspiring to a lot of people, and just it's extreme. It's like the coolest car, if it even is a car, that will probably ever exist. Yeah. So.
Hi, Elon. Congrats on the proposal plan. That was amazing, the compensation. Question back to chips. So chips.
Chips will be the limiting factor.
To the future. So on
that. Chips and electricity are the two limiting factors.
Yeah, and we got the energy and power and energy packs ready to roll. So I think on the chips, I think you said TSMC, Samsung, perhaps Intel, 14A, and several different sites. I heard a couple U.S. factory sources, which is.
I mean, we're like everyone.
Everybody.
It's like.
Yeah. And so I guess is there an open door in the future of investing directly into some of those foundries? And second question, how big is a Tera factory? Can you put that in scale? And
that's a good point.
That's a semiconductor Tera factory?
Yeah, well, the thing is that we actually have agreed to buy all the chips that are made from the fab, so it's basically a money printing machine for TSMC and Samsung. It's like literally, the faster you make the chips, the faster we send them money, but it's still not going at fast enough. So that's why I think, as far as I can see, the only option is to go build some very big chip fab. And then you got to solve memory and packaging too. So, but otherwise you just tap out at whatever the chip production rate is. So I guess Tera would be, you'd want to say it's got to be at least 100,000 wafer starts per month size fab. And maybe that would be one of 10 in a complex. So it would ultimately be 1 million wafer starts per month. Yeah, exactly. You can tell when it gets the giggle factor, that's probably a good sign. that we're onto something special.
People are like, is he serious?
But I wouldn't be
Those numbers are
surprised long term
insane.
it's like 1 million wafers a month. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm a long-term investor, so I've been holding the shares for 12 years. I worked at the autopilot team development for 10 years, and I brought my dad here from Brazil. We actually won the Tesla Vision contest with the Cybertruck B video, so I hope you get to see that at some point. So thanks for the free Model Y. And my question is about, obviously, market expansion, but not only South America, Brazil, but also into Mars, like with the upcoming rendezvous of Mars and Earth. What's going to be in the payload, you know? What are we going to send there?
Well, Optimus is going to play a big role. Well, Optimus and I think Tesla vehicles will play a big role on the Moon and Mars. So for a Moon base and a Mars city, Tesla vehicles and Optimus robots are natural fit for building and operating a Moon base and a Mars city. So, sorry?
Cybertruck also?
Yeah, it's Cybertruck. You will need to drive around in a pressurized vehicle if there's a person inside. But yeah, it'll be something cool. Next level Moon buggy or Mars buggy. So, all right.
Hi, Mr. Musk. Gaurav. Been a fan of yours since 2006. I think I saw a piece in Popular Science magazine. It was really cool, and I think I was 15 at the time. Shareholder since 10 years now. It's been really, really rewarding. It's changed my life. So thank you very much to you and Tesla. My question is regarding Tesla's mission for a sustainable future as it pertains to autonomy. I personally fully expect a deflationary period after, unlocked by autonomy, basically, both in moving humans and goods and whatnot, excluding Optimus even.
Yeah.
What efforts is Tesla going to focus on to reduce the dollar per mile? Rough math, I think like 30 cents a mile would be really nice. 50 cents is pretty good too. I mean, looking at inflation later on. And then I guess the second part of that, how low does it have to be for people to just stop buying cars, like where it doesn't make economic sense to do that? I expect that to affect economies of scale and then further increase the pricing of vehicles there on out. So what is that node at which inflection happens?
Well, in terms of cost per mile, I mean, we do see a path with a lot of work to get below 20 cents a mile in current year dollars. I somewhat agree that things will probably be deflationary as productivity increases, because you can think of money supply as being the ratio of goods and services to what's the growth in goods and services versus the growth in the money supply? That ratio is basically inflation. And so if the output of goods and services grows faster than the money supply, then you necessarily have deflation, or vice versa. They try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. So I'm not sure that even government overspending can actually. I think government overspending will be lower than the increase in productivity of goods and services, which would imply deflation as you expect. Sorry?
What about economies of scale and the impact it has to how you respond as an automotive company when people stop potentially buying cars?
Economies of scale?
In like auto manufacturing, for instance, it only makes sense if lots of people buy your vehicles.
The total number of vehicles will decrease. The sort of vehicle fleet out there is about 2 billion cars. Right? 2 billion. If you add up all cars and trucks that are not at a scrapyard, I think it's around 2 billion. But that number would decrease with autonomous vehicles. So the total fleet size would drop. I actually think miles driven will increase because it is now much less painful to travel somewhere. So if somebody's thinking about traveling across a busy city, then they'll take into account, well, how much pain do I have to deal with? If I have to go through 2 hours of traffic, I probably won't do it. But if you're just say, sitting in a cybercab watching a movie or doing some work, then it's just like sitting in a little lounge. So I think you'll see probably a significant increase in total miles driven, but at the same time, a decrease in the total active fleet of vehicles.
I'd just like to reiterate how grateful we all are to have you on board, ready to lead us to another $7 trillion in market cap, at least.
At least.
Obviously.
Thank you.
My question is, how much of a concern is it that when Cybercab starts production in Q2 next year, that regulation won't be there yet to where you can deploy Cybercabs being produced? Or are you guys confident that every Cybercab you guys make, you'll be able to deploy?
Future's open here in 4
Yeah,
minutes.
I think the rate at which we receive regulatory approval will roughly match the rate of Cybercab production. It'll be maybe a little tight, but it's about right. And I'd like to thank Waymo for paving the path here. It's very helpful.
U.S. Senate blocks measure barring Trump from launching war on Venezuela. Interesting headline.
The other thing is, like, once it becomes like extremely normal in cities, it's just going to become.
I know they're voting on that.
Like the regulators will have just fewer and fewer reasons to say no. And then you've got this, we've got the accident statistics.
Senate measure to limit Venezuela strikes failed procedural.
Save lives. And you've got unequivocal, billions of miles to prove it. Then I think it's hard for regulators to say no. Yeah, true. All right.
First of all, Elon, thank you so much for everything you do for the Tesla shareholders.
Thank you.
Do you see a path for Optimus to have consciousness downloaded to it?
You mean human consciousness, or?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like immediate, but if you say it down the road, would you be able to, say, with a neural link, have a snapshot of, or at least an approximate snapshot of somebody's mind, and then upload that approximate snapshot to an Optimus body? I think that at some point that technology becomes possible, and it's probably less than 20 years. Yeah. But of course, you won't quite be the same, be a little different. The mental snapshot will not be precise. It'll be probably pretty close, but not exactly the same. On the other hand, are you the same person that you were 5 years ago? Nope. I mean, a lot of things have changed. Yeah, but I guess at some point, if you want to be uploaded to a robot body, my guess is that becomes possible. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Space-based data center is a great idea, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I was curious on your views on space-based solar power, the idea of beaming down microwave energy down to Earth so that you can just point it to where it needs to go without transmission, without distribution lines, and it's more energy dense, so less land use. Just curious on your views.
Well, space solar power, until the advent of something like Starship, where the cost per ton to orbit, drops by orders of magnitude, the cost of getting payload to orbit is so high that there was no possibility of space solar power solving anything, really. Now, with Starship, I see a path to Starship cost per ton to orbit being lower than air flight. Like if you were to fly, do a long distance air flight with cargo, like say took a 747 from here to Sydney, Australia, or something like that. I think ultimately Starship will be able to do that trip for less cost per ton than an aircraft. So now you've got that opens up a very wide range of possibilities. like the most obvious one, I think, is actually solar-powered AI satellites. So to move the AI to orbit and essentially deep space over time, because you can actually access over 1 billion times more energy from the sun in deep space than you can on Earth. The scaling, to scale to Kardashev, to make any progress on a Kardashev 2 scale, which is using some non-trivial amount of energy from the sun, you kind of have to do space solar power. Now, you could only beam a tiny amount of that back to Earth, or you would melt Earth. So Earth actually receives a very, very tiny amount of the sun's energy. Earth is a tiny dust mote. When you see like Earth to scale with the sun, we look like a little crumb. So to scale civilization, like I said, to be at all relevant on a Kardashev 2 scale, like to even use 1/1,000,000% of the sun's energy, you really have to be use solar power in deep space. And you could beam some of that back to Earth too, but you can only beam a tiny bit of it back, or you'd melt Earth.
And this will be our last question.
We'll do a few more. We'll do a few more.
Sorry. Sorry.
All right.
Elon, look around you. This is a very, very small sample of Tesla soldiers. Maybe, actually, I should say Elon Musk soldiers.
Well, thank you for your support.
So,
thank you, everyone. I'd just like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. Thank you. And thank you, everyone out there.
So, I know for sure a lot of them sold the farm to buy Tesla. And they stuck with Tesla through thick and thin, good days and bad days.
Yes.
So my question to you is, how do you feel about repeating the success, but in a safer way, where you get qualified Tesla retail investor only to invest in SpaceX, avoiding all these market manipulators, those crooks, and these short sellers?
Yeah. It is a tough problem that you highlight. I mean, unfortunately, over time, the parasitic load of being a public company has just grown over time. And so you get all these, like, spurious lawsuits, obviously, and they just make it very difficult to operate effectively as a public company. But I do want to try to figure out some way for Tesla shareholders to participate in SpaceX. That would be very cool. I've been giving a lot of thought to how to give people access to SpaceX stock, because I do want supporters to have SpaceX stock, but there's this sort of 2,500 shareholder threshold for, before you become a de facto public company. But I don't know, maybe at some point maybe at some point SpaceX should become a public company, despite all the downsides of being public. All right.
I would love
First of all,
love
thank
to
you very
buy
much. You're doing
SpaceX.
just an amazing job you're doing, not only for Tesla shareholders, but humanity.
Features moving down just a little bit here. Would you not? Like, I would buy, dude. I would buy a lot of SpaceX in my portfolio. But I understand why he doesn't want to do it, but I would.
Like, for example,
I didn't
how did you know?
listen. What was he talking about? Not taking it public?
Like 2018, 2018 or something like that.
They asked him if they said a lot of people would love to buy it. He said maybe it makes sense at some point that I would take it public. He said there's some rules. If you get more than a certain amount of shares, then it becomes
And then the second
de
is that
facto
when you
public.
were
But
deciding if Tesla's going to have,
he kind of sounded like he was considering
AI
it.
chips, did you know at that time that at some point
Yeah, I would buy the
in
shit out of that.
2025, it's going to be used not only for cars, but for bots and for AI data centers? Like, was that luck a little bit, or was it like you kind of knew that that was going to happen?
Well, generally, I mean, in terms of the estimates, like for the self-driving stuff, I generally try to get things to within an order of magnitude. It seemed to me like probably, and this was technically in kilometers, but it would be more closer to 10 billion kilometers, which is roughly 6 billion miles, than it would be to 1 billion. But I thought it would not take 100 billion kilometers. So it was really just when you're trying to guess something where there's a lot of uncertainty, you just try to get the estimate to the nearest order of magnitude, closest factor of 10, and that's why I said probably around 10 billion kilometers or 6 billion miles, and then the chip, the reason Tesla created a chip team. And it's important to know, like, the vast majority of, like, Tesla is like a dozen startups in one. We've only really done one major acquisition, which is Solar City, and then some very small ones. So almost all of this is organic. So I built the chip team from scratch and the AI team from scratch. It was just because it became a limiting factor. So for hardware 2, we used NVIDIA, but NVIDIA was at that time focused on making really AI server hardware, which obviously was a smart bet. They're currently the most valuable company in the world. And Jensen Huang and his team have done an incredible job at NVIDIA. My hat's off to them. I'm a huge admirer of Jensen and NVIDIA. They've done amazing work, but they didn't want to do a low-cost, power-efficient car computer at the time, AI car computer. So I was like, well, okay, I guess we need to start a chip team to solve that. So then that's when I hired Jim Keller, and we built the chip team and did AI 3, then AI 4. And then, to be honest, we made some mistakes there with AI 5, but now AI 5 is back on track, and we'll have a very rapid cadence to AI 6 and so forth. And this is really necessary for the car to like with AI 4, I think we can get to 200 or 300% better than human safety, maybe 400% better. But with AI 5, I think we can do 1,000% better.
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing Politico reporting DILA is near to reopen the government.
Than human safety. So
I do not
at a certain point,
that
actually, it might
yet.
be too much intelligence for a car. I was thinking, like, what if you get stuck in a car and
I
you
would
have too
love
much
that.
intelligence? But then one of the things we could do is when the car is idle, is use the car as a massive distributed.
Where are you seeing that?
AI inference fleet.
Somebody posted it. Politico.
With consent of customers,
Eating
like,
report,
do you
I
want
think,
your
not
car
the
to earn money for
favorite
you while
source.
it's sitting in your garage at night.
I see a Bloomberg reporter shut down all signs point to it.
$100 a month or $200 a month.
33 minutes ago, all
right number
signs
is.
point to a
If you
15th
allow
failed vote on the
Tesla
House
to
stopgap
do,
tomorrow morning,
AI
and the
inference
Senate
workloads,
leaving town for a
when you're
long
not using your
weekend.
car. That will also help the AI in the
Congress
car not
reporter
get
for
bored.
Bloomberg.
Somebody with Politico is
I
saying
sort of
that
imagine, like, what if I got stuck?
they're citing Politico.
Pretty good with that stuff.
And then, and the highlight of the day was driving. It's like,
Wondering who this is.
But they don't always want to drive. So then what do you do?
Maybe
the
go
rest
to
of the time?
Politico and actually look and see if they have an article.
So I think Tesla could actually end up having the largest
I tweeted the Bloomberg dude. I'm looking at
Tesla
the
might end up having the most amount of
one.
AI inference compute in the world. Like if you think maybe if we had
Yeah, exclusive. Senate
100
will vote
million
Friday
car
to
fleet,
advance
and
shutdown
at some
ending
point we may have
deal.
more than
Thune
100 million car
tells
fleet, and they'll have
Republicans
AI6, AI7,
3 hours.
you know. And if you're able to run a kilowatt of inference on a 100 million car fleet, now you've got 100 gigawatts of distributed inference with built-in cooling and power electronics and distributed power.
I try long futures right here.
You know, probably the market's valuing that at 0.0 right now, is my guess. But it seems like an obvious thing to do.
You trading
if
right
you've
now?
got distributed
Yeah, I try to scalp a little.
inference AI, and you've got the power and the cooling, which is very difficult to do the power and the cooling. And 100 gigawatts is a lot. I mean, the average, you know, as I said, the average power consumption in the U.S. I think is around 460 gigawatts for that's the entire electrical consumption of the U.S. So if you did 100 gigawatts, that would be a pretty big number. But yeah, it's basically something as a limiting factor, and then we take actions to address the limiting factor.
A quick follow-up. Thank you for that very much. A request for you. So you guys just unveiled the Cyber Bear. Looks fantastic.
Oh yeah.
We'd like to. It's beautiful. We'd want you guys, or maybe do a Cyber Bull here in Giga, Texas. My name's Herbert. I've got a Brighter with Herbert channel on YouTube. This is the Cyber Bulls. We are representing the Tesla Bulls, and we stand with you, Elon.
Nice self-plug right there.
Here in Texas.
Like a cyber longhorn?
Cyber Longhorn.
All right,
Let
sure.
that be
We'll do a cyber longhorn for the factory. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited to ask this question. I've dreamed of giving away a Tesla for a very, very long time. And I finally wore EVJect down enough that they're willing to foot the bill for it. But it turns out to give away a Tesla, I have to have your permission to say we're giving away a Tesla. So it's a simple
just
question.
give it away.
You don't have to do anything. Tesla doesn't have to do. We're going to go through the normal channels. We'll buy it from a store.
Sure.
All that stuff.
You can give away a Tesla. It's totally cool. Yeah. Yeah, but certainly you don't need my permission to give away a car. We'll take like maybe a couple more questions and then call it a night. So, all right.
Hi, Elon. My name is Jonathan. You mentioned that the Roadster will have more tech than all the James Bond vehicles combined. Do you think there's any possibility that any of that tech will make it into the current vehicle lineup?
No.
And to follow up on that, do you have any estimate of production or delivery timelines for the Roadster?
I guess, well, so we're aiming for the product unveiled will be of the Roadster 2, which will be very different from what was shown previously. That demo event will be April 1st of next year. I have some deniability because, like, I could say I was just kidding.
April 1st.
But we are actually tentatively aiming for April 1st for this, what I think will be the most exciting, whether it works or not, demo ever of any product. And then I guess production is probably about 12 to 18
What is
months
that for?
after that. I think production is probably a year or so after that. Oh, well, I can't give away the secrets, but you won't be disappointed. All right, we'll take one last question, I guess.
That was the...
3 last questions?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hi, Elon. I'm really excited about this future of sustainable abundance that we're talking about. I mean, you're going to be saving a lot of lives with FSD, but the number of lives that would be saved and improved with this future vision you have is really inspiring and very exciting.
The Roadster.
So even today, you've mentioned, though, that in a post-scarcity world, the role of money could diminish or become
That's for the
obsolete.
Roadster.
Given that much of today's power, including yours, is tied to wealth,
I
do you
just
think
listened back on
achieving
my other
this
computer
abundance would
to
require
make sure.
powerful people to relinquish their power? And how might we address resistance from those who hold power to make this vision a reality?
Well, I mean, I think actually long term, the AI is going to be in charge, to be totally frank, not humans. If artificial intelligence vastly exceeds the sum of human intelligence, it is difficult to imagine that any humans will actually be in charge. So we just need to make sure the AI is friendly. Yeah? Was that the question? Go ahead, sure.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Elon. Okay. Yeah. So I'm Cybercat on X, and I'm doing YouTube
I'm gonna mute you real
content
fast.
creator. There's one thing I always heard about Tesla owners or people who want to buy Tesla complain about. That is about super expensive insurance, right? And the thing is, Tesla, I know Tesla also do insurance. However, it's not a cover every place. Like based on Boston, I don't have too much options. It's super expensive. And the other point is the FSD is very safe right now. I've been using FSD for about 4
Funny,
years.
because on Rogan the other day, he
It's
said by the end of the year.
unsupervised. However, the insurance still does not take this into consideration. They don't ask you whether you have FSD or not, and they don't know how much you travel with FSD, and that is not a part of the risk prediction kind of thing, right? So I feel like what's your thought about insurance going forward, especially when we're getting close to the autonomy? What is path, like either using your own or with the external partnership? For example, there's a company called Lemonade.
We do need to not have the questions be super long. I mean, Tesla Insurance is trying to expand as quickly as possible, but the regulatory structure for insurance is extremely complex and works on a state-by-state basis. So it's really somewhat of a racket. The rules for insurance are different with every state. It's a very, very complicated thing. I mean, yeah, so there's, but I'm aware that insurance often is too expensive and doesn't take the right things into account. So all I can say to that is, yeah, we'll keep expanding Tesla Insurance. When the car is operating as a cybercab, Tesla will simply self-insure, so that kind of solves that. Insurance is a real pain in the neck, for sure. Okay, I do need to end this at some point. I'll take, one question there.
All right, thanks Elon for taking my question. I appreciate it. My question has to do with compute and what the build out or how much is necessary to train Optimus and actually get them to a very household, meaningful robot that can do things, and if the partnership with XAI would help accelerate that.
Yeah, there's a lot of training compute needed for Optimus, because the AI chip in the robot is relatively weak because it's really limited on power. You can make up for that with a lot of training to have a lot of training result in a very efficient AI that can run on a low power chip in the robot. So it is.
Trim on that long I took on features.
We will actually have to spend a lot of money on training. Like, ultimately it'll be like tens of billions of dollars on training compute. So it's a big number.
Would a partnership with XAI help accelerate that?
Yeah, I think potentially. Yeah, I think that could. Yeah, I think there's potential for accelerating that. So. Yeah, did the XAI investment thing get approved? Yes. No? Yes? Okay. Okay, whatever. Whenever like it's
okay, whatever.
Tesla and some other company that I have an interest in, then it's like always quite complicated to do things. It has to go through a lot of hoops to happen. But I do think there's a lot of potential for collaboration with XAI in the future and with SpaceX. So, all right.
Okay, this is the last one.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. Captain Ellie on X, I support you. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Hey, this guy is on our show.
As well, I don't represent a lot of people, but people do ask me, and I'm going to ask you. Any chance to have the app in other languages, like Hebrew, for example? Some people struggle with.
You mean the app?
This guy is on my Tesla Tuesday show on Wolf Financial.
No.
Oh.
And a lot of people don't speak English, so it's
okay.
Who is it?
I thought we had it in
Captain
all
Ellie.
languages. Okay, well definitely the app.
He's from Israel.
Languages. All right.
Nice.
So, all right.
All right. I'll get struck with that music again. We'll see what happens. Clear all that out. Let me pull up futures real fast, and then we'll close up. I longed off of this level down here. 282 is my average. Like right here, I'm up about 20 points. I'm taking a trim here. See if we can get up to like 320 or so. Maybe up to 360 if it gets real fun. If you guys are behind on the stream, remember to just every once in a while make sure your computer's not buffering. Click the live button at the bottom. We didn't know you guys were going to get live trading after hours. I put this on. I'm trying to get there. It's up to there. I love making money for tomorrow before I even log off. What do you got going on over there?
A lot of personal.
Sounds like you're at an airport.
I have my robot vacuum is under my desk right now.
Oh, that's what it is.
I never know. Zoom's really good at like blocking sound.
Yeah, I don't know if you have voice isolation on or what you've got on.
I don't think I do.
And a little bonus feature. How many of you guys are still in here? I know there's over, at least on YouTube alone, there's still 40 plus people hanging out at 46 right now. We had a lot of people hang out this entire time. It's kind of crazy. If you're still in here, send me a message in the chat. I'm curious who's in here. It doesn't show me who's in here. It just tells me that how many people are in here. JT, T7, ProFast. Come on, give me that 320. AB in here. Forbes still in here. All right. Inky. Oh, look at all these people still in here. I'm gonna put the chat up on screen here real fast. Mixed Madness, Keegan, Dom, Brian. Let's go. Let's go, team. Next question. Who's trading with me right now? Which one of you is a degen like I am? Danilo? Jahan still in here? That's the other question. Who's trading with me right now? Where are the degens at? Nancy's still here. Cameron's still here. Corn Cobb, he's over on X. He's on his way out. Have a great night, brother. Dom took the long with me. Let's go, Dom. We're just printing money here. I've trimmed. I already trimmed. Okay, I'm trying to get another trim at 320. I want it to sweep that high at least. Pablo, JT still trading. Brian Metcalf in and out already. Okay, get the little scalpy scalp. At the end of the day, there's nothing better. And on the other side of this, there's nothing worse. But there's nothing better than coming into tomorrow on a trade and already having like profit in your pile. You wake up in the morning, you already have profit for the day because you took a trade at night that worked out. Now, obviously, the other side is you start tomorrow in a hole. Like, that's never fun either. So I get it. But let's get to the, I want to hit there. 38 points. Give me 38 points here at the end of the stream. Yeah, Dom, I feel you. T7, you're more on the options. I get it. Yeah. Ties your hand a little bit. Could be a good thing. Remember when I first started trading futures, I was like 2 a.m. and I'm like still watching these little candles barely move between Asia and London session. I'm like, what am I doing?
What is Evan tweeting?
I don't know. Someone left the air out of Fartcoin. I hear you. Want to learn futures someday, but options has worked for me for many years. Yeah, I get it. You know, you got to stick with what works. But like, I can do some. There's sometimes where it makes more sense to do one or the other. Like, there's sometimes where I can sit in a trade all day long waiting for a move that I'm pretty confident in and not worry about options just burning. But then there's other times where things are like crazy volatile and all this stuff. I'd rather have options to limit getting stopped out or chopped up. Forex is a whole different Forex is a whole nother beast. I'm gonna take the chat down here. Most of you are on YouTube, so you can see each other's chats. If anybody's on X, I can put it up on screen. Yep, dude, Forex. I don't understand currency markets enough to trade Forex, like the movement of it. Yeah. I don't know if they're unlimited. Eventually you get a margin call, right, Nancy? Or if you're on a prop account, you eventually blow the account. But that's the other thing. Like, you know, you take a options trade, you can only lose 100%, right? If you pay $200 for a contract, you can only lose $200. You can't lose more. Come on, I need to wick up. Wick it up. Wick it up a little bit higher for me. I need like a Trump, I need a Trump Truth Social right now. Just send the market for no reason on a Thursday night. There's a football game tonight, isn't there? Is it like Raiders and Broncos or something are playing tonight? Yeah, they're different. There's no time value really to worry about. You're automatically leveraged on futures. Like an option, once it goes in the money, like yeah, you can get the expansion of it, right? But once it goes in the money, then it's just going down to like a 1 delta in a way. But it's leveraged what, 100 shares per contract. Futures are essentially 50x leverage the indices all the time. Dude, I have a few times, but I've gotten ran over a few times. But you usually get some crazy moves. Like you look at gold right now, huge wick down and a big pop. I mean, how many points is that on gold? 10-point move, 11-point move basically already. Gold can really get moving. Is it like, I think it's what, $10 per point? And if it's micro, it's $1 per point. I think that's how gold is, if I remember. Yeah, 10, I think. Yeah, around Asia Open, you usually get a lot of gold movement. I'm going to shut this down soon, guys. I just wanted to see what prop would I recommend for a newbie to prop firms. There's two that I use, and I do think that the two that I use are probably the most simple overall for newbies, for anybody, and that's kind of part of why I like them so much. So I like Top Step and I like Tradify. Top Step doesn't really do discounts and promotions and stuff like that. Tradify does. So you want to try out one, you can do either one. You could do they're very, very comparable on the rules. There's very slight differences. Which with Tradify, you can use code WOLF and you're going to get it'll be a little bit cheaper for you in the long run. Tradify doesn't charge an activation fee. TopStep does. So TopStep, you may pay, I think TopStep's accounts and Tradify's accounts are fairly similar in price. And Tradify is slightly more. But when you pass your eval or your combine account on TopStep, you have to pay a $150 activation fee to then have the live account. On Tradify, there's no activation fee. So I would check out Tradify, honestly, if you're just like trying to start out. I would also recommend trading on Project X or with TopStep, they call it TopStep X. It's to me, it's the simplest platform to kind of learn and deal with compared to Tradivate or Ninja Trader. Why does the music keep doing that? I may have to go ahead and trim some more up here. I don't want this to come back down on me. I really went to what, 315? It couldn't go to 320. That's annoying. Come on, push it back up. Tradify does have Project X as an option now. So let me see. See if I can pull this up for you guys. I just want to make sure my personal details aren't on here. There we go. All right, so if you go to Tradify, like for example, here's a 100K growth account. Right here, you put in the promo code, and this will knock it down to like 170 bucks, 175, something like that. And here's your two options: Tradify Ninja Trader or Project X. If you click this one, it says it's $12 more. And once you pass, there's no activation fee and there's no subscription fee. So the monthly subscription, all this stuff, it all goes away. Most of you are going to either pass or fail within the month anyway. So honestly, it's more of like a one-time fee if you want to think about it like that. Let me go back. All right, so like here, right here, here's the growth accounts. You can pass them in one day. No activation fee. The payouts are super fast too. Here it is, Project X. So you see it has code November. You can put in code Wolf and get the same price. That just supports us here at Wolf. $183 per month. Like I said, you're gonna probably fail that before. If you're looking for cheaper, 50K account. This is the one that I use right here, the 100K on Tradify, and I use 150K on TopStep. That's just where I found my sweet spot. They have some other versions. These advanced ones are a little bit cheaper, but you have a few more steps in here, a little bit different rules later on. Make sure you read all the rules and everything. And then Lightning funded, this is basically straight to funded. So you don't have to pass a challenge or anything there. So what I would say is like, if you're wanting to trade one of these out, or like if you're already an experienced trader and you want to just skip the like eval stuff and like try it out, you do have to keep a 20% consistency. So basically one day can't be more than 20% of your total profit. If you go over that, you're fine. You just have to make more, right? You just have to keep making more until that comes down to where your biggest day was only 20%. I can talk way more about that anytime if you guys have any questions. But these are the different versions that they have over at Tradify. And like I said, code Wolf. And the no activation fee is huge. I agree with you, Dom. Because like on TopStep, for example, here, let me see if I can pull up TopStep. Let me get back to this because I'm about to try to get that. I'm about to get that trim off. I think it's looking good. Looking good, boys and girls. Let me see if I can pull up my TopStep. Need to take some payouts today anyway. All right, here's TopStep. So TopStep has 3 different versions. It's all TopStep X. They have 3 different versions: 50K, 100K, 150K. I use this one, the 150K. The reset's the same price as buying it. They don't really do promotions. They don't really do affiliates. They don't really do anything over there, but I do like TopStep a lot. That's what I trade with the most too. So everyone has their preference and stuff. TopStep though, you pay the 150 or 149. For example, for this account, 99, 49, it doesn't matter which one, all 3 of them, the activation fee is 150. So you have to pass it. So for example, on the 150K ones that I do, you can't pass in one day. You have to pass in 2 days minimum. So you can't make more than 50% of the total profit target, which is 9,000 in one day. So if you make 4,500 in one day, you need to just stop. And then you have to come back and do it again the next day. So you're going to pay 150, but then you're going to pay another 150 to activate. And then you're done with the payments, right? But it's still going to cost you a total of $300 if you pass it and then activate it as an XFA. So a little bit of a 300, but I mean, the prop firm thing is pretty cool though. Where else can you put $300 in and start taking payouts of, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, right? TopStep also has a like return to funded option. So if you have a funded account and you blow it, you can pay, it's like $700 something. You can pay to like, if you blow a funded account, you can just pay $700 and reactivate it instead of buying a combine and trying to pass again in a couple days and all that stuff. So those are the 2 that I mainly use. If you're new, I'd probably go with the more economical option. I'd probably go use code Wolf somewhere. If you're somewhat been going as, you know, trading futures and stuff. Top Step is where I've had my most success. And I'm saying that because we don't have a partnership with them or anything. It's just literally who I use, who I've had the most success with, who I've gotten to be a live account with before, multiple things there. So there's that. Yeah, look at gold pushing up here a little bit. What's the 15-minute look like on NQ here? Boy, just shoot up here, at least up here, and then, gosh, we could get to like 347, can't we? So that little fair value gap Jordan would be talking about right here. At least tap into it. Definitely use code WOLF, obviously, at you go to Tradify. That's what would be my recommendation. If you're newer to futures, go to Tradify, use code WOLF, try it out over there, kind of get your feet wet. If you want to try a new one, or if you haven't tried Top Step before, try Top Step. There's a 38-point gain on this trade right now. I just got my next trim, so now we're going to try to see if we can get up to here. And we're making money on a Thursday. Is that Evan? What's up, Evan? Well, it showed Evan, and then his profile picture went away. What happened? Try again. There's Evan. All right, let me catch up here. Imp, you connected Top Step directly to trading? No, I use their, so 2 points here. Top Step or Project X, so whether it's Top Step or Tradify, either one, it uses what's called Project X. Project X, which is the same thing as Top Step X, same platform. It's just Project X is like the parent company. Top Step has a partnership with them, so they put their own name over it, called it Top Step X. It takes a trading view chart and puts it inside of your actual screen. So you have like all your controls, but you also have Top Step. You have like a trading view chart within there. And I use the buttons to enter, but I use the chart to like set my take profits, to set my trims, to set my stop loss, all that stuff. So that's what I do with Top Step X. So I don't trade on TradingView. I know Jordan does, and I know people love that and do that. That's completely fine. Hey, more power to you. I don't really like trying to trade on TradingView. I just like doing it this way. Second point, real fast. You can, with Project X, you can actually download like a desktop version, kind of like with X, like Twitter. You can do it within Chrome itself. So like I could open up a tab right here. And so I could just switch, like have it on this tab, be trading on this tab, and be charting on TradingView on this tab. But you can also download the desktop version and just keep it separate. That's what I have. I have the desktop version here. We are pumping. We're up 45. Let's go. 45 points.
I saw you were still alive. I was having some lagging problems.
Yeah.
To the moon.
You're all good. We took a little trade here at the end of the Tesla. We're just hanging out, talking some prop firms.
Shout out Code
He's got a robot going on over there.
Sorry. It's trying to go outside right now.
So funny that it like comes through the mic though.
It looks like you retweeted the Elon pay package thing through Treasury Edge. Why'd you do that?
Because they own Bitcoin. I don't know.
Nah, don't do that. Yeah.
You're the one over here tweeting about Farcoin.
That literally was.
I don't know if I'm lagging or if you guys are lagging. Boy, we're having a great day here.
Great day, Tater. I was just sending the message.
Great day, one of the best. Had a lot of great days.
Nobody's seen a day like this.
Nobody knows great days more than I do.
I've seen a lot of great days.
A lot of great days. Pablo, mainly a long-term investor, trying my hand at futures now. We're getting out of the trenches no matter what. You know, it's not a bad thing. I tell you what, trading futures helped me a ton. I used to only trade options. And the problem was I'd trade some like shorter term options, but my swing trades, I would just like overthink, overmanage, like, because I was sitting there looking at them all the time. So when I got into futures, I was like, okay, I can swing trade options over here and like set them and leave them much easier and not just sit there and stare at them all the time. And I can focus kind of on the intraday moves with futures. And if you're trading futures, I think it's much easier to trade, especially like day trade for futures than it is on like the options. I think they both have their place, but I do think it's easier to day trade futures than it is options. So like that's where I found everyone finds their sweet spot. That's where I found my sweet spot. So it's finding out what works for you. But if you're, if you're giving it, let me know if you have any questions, anything pops up. I'm happy to try to help wherever I can. Okay, shoot me a DM if you run into any issues or anything. Make sure you use code WOLF, of course, when you sign up. That's the only thing I ask of you, and I'd be very, very happy to try to help and talk you through it. Plus, all these streams, we're trying to be as educational as we can, talk about all the different stuff on here as well. Profess says he really enjoys Project X. You're learning futures there, mixed madness. Love that. Love that. Gotta get the futures going. We're gonna get Evan. He I didn't get to see his stream the other day, but
What we need to set up is Clear Edge. I'm gonna hop on with Jordan for a space or a stream, and then get that set up. All the automation.
Yeah, the numbers on the screen were just not matching what was actually happening in the market. It was just weird. Can you trade that cup thing in after hours? I still don't even know where the free re-up was. Whatever it's called. The account reset.
I think it's $35. I thought it was free.
Yeah,
I think it's $35.
I was like, F that, I'm done.
If you spend $35, I think we get I think we get a piece of it.
No. Listen. I'm not gonna just throw it because can you?
You're good. Fuck.
Do you get to like? How would I even get paid ever? I don't get it.
Well, that's why the competition thing is always like, yeah, if you want to mess around for fun or practice with the competition thing, you can. And you know what? You know what's actually good for you, Evan? You can still even that account is probably it's probably blown or whatever, but I think you can still trade on it for practice.
No, I think it has to be like locked out, or I guess I can go to the Tradify.
All right, I'm starting to worry that we swept those highs and are going to come back down here, so I may need to take another trim. But we'll see. This is a good trade. We're up 40 plus points still. I really want to see if we can get up here to the target. Jayhan, I agree. Stock Market News does have a great voice.
Thank you, sir. No, fast stock market
news or fast?
Yeah, it does. No, he said fast stock market news. It sounded like just stock market news, but he was talking about.
I think you need to change it to
Jayhan.
I don't know.
However you pronounce that, I appreciate that. My problem.
The question is, are you going to go to fast market news? Are you going to change the fast market news, or are you going to keep it as
I would probably, if I do
stock
change it,
market
it would be
news?
fast stock news, or
Fast stock news?
I know Evan wants me to put my name in there.
That's just, I mean, it's just what I did, clearly.
I think both of you need to dox yourself by the end of the year.
I did.
That's what I
I
think.
doxed already. I posted a. The only picture I've ever posted was my proposal photo. Also, my best performing tweet.
There you go.
Mixed Madness. Yeah, we're gonna do that on the Clear Edge setup. What I was telling the Clear Edge team, like, I've traded for maybe 4-5 years, and I like to consider myself decently tech savvy, but I've never traded futures or automation or prop firms, and setting up Clear Edge is almost a little confusing and intimidating for me. So
Have you
I think
tried it?
it'll.
It's a pretty. Have you tried to do it?
Well, I don't have use for any of the other like integrations or anything, but I think
I think
there's.
the only challenge is going to be for you. Like the only challenge is going to be getting the prop firm accounts or whatever, getting your accounts ready, because the actual setup of itself is like very like step by step, like walks you through it pretty straightforward. That would be a good demo for us to do though.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. There's a lot of other people out there like me who, like, I can set like whatever risk parameters I want and kind of set it and forget it. But if you or Jordan just hop on and then I screen share and we just walk through the setup process, I think that is going to help a lot of people. I want it. Sam wants it too. We could do Sam, who is multiple levels down in terms of technological know-how than I am.
Yeah, I think what's it called? I think my wife is going to be interested in it. We're gonna get her set up on it. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Mine too, if it actually makes money, which I hear it does.
Well, that part, there's verifiable numbers that you can check.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm still skeptical because I think it's too good to be true, but Jordan is killing it.
Like trading Globex is so slow. Like I usually do this while I'm like on meetings with you guys for getting work done.
Good to hear you're focusing.
Always focus on trading and listen to you on the side. Evan, how was your event?
It was good. It was a good time. It was a Google Finance preview event. You saw they had the Kalshi Polymarket stuff come out today. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
So they're partnering with both?
Yeah, they are partnering with both.
I saw the Kalshi one and then I saw the Polymarket one right after, and I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't think they really wanted to choose. I don't think there's any money changing hands on this one. I think it's just, adding the markets.
Yeah.
Would be my read. But yeah, no, that was cool. I got to talk with a couple of the people building the Perplexity. Thinking about Perplexity, the Google Finance product. Does anyone use Google Finance? I'm curious. I mean, obviously you guys do it a little bit, but they have like a full app that they're trying to do.
I've never used it. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Get the whole jungle in there. Interesting. Snapchat was the second most traded stock today.
Really?
Shout out Perplexity.
Pfizer was third.
Are they partnering with OpenAI?
Who? Pfizer?
Snapchat?
No, it was Perplexity's paying them.
Yeah, it's Snap and Perplexity.
Snapchat and Perplexity.
Hey, why are you still going? You just had nothing else to do?
Well, we were watching Elon. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I was gonna watch it either way. I asked the chat. Chat said keep it going, so people get what they asked for. And then I took this trade, so so here we are, still trading. Look, between the three of us up here, you will never miss a piece of news.
Oh no. We got it all.
The three of us have you covered. And we're probably going to beat most, like 98% of what you normally see.
It's weird. Can I call myself a streamer now since I'm on Spaces in here all day?
Yeah, dude.
What do
You're
you
a full-on streamer now.
I'm a YouTube streamer.
You're a YouTube streamer.
But this daylight savings is kind of fucking my schedule up, and I got to take the dogs out before it gets dark. And it's getting dark pretty quick, so I might hop. But have a good night, everyone. If you're trading, I hope you're profitable. And thank you for all you do. Evan, do better.
That's funny. Thank you. Appreciate you, sir.
All right. Appreciate you both.
Later, Troy.
Later.
Thinking I'm about to close out this trade before. When can you later, dude? When can you trade futures? So Eastern time, futures open. They open up for the day. Next day, I guess if you want to put it that way. They open up at 6 p.m. Eastern and they go until an hour after the market closes, so 5 p.m. So they literally trade 23 hours a day with like a 1 hour, like you call it like a settlement period or whatever you want to call it. But the real hot times, and I think I'm going to go ahead and close this trade out here. As long as we stay above like 300, maybe. I don't know, I think I'm going to trim if it goes below 305. Trim the rest of it. This could take a downturn in a hurry here. Yep, I'm out. All right, made some money. You look at this, you think news probably just came out, but it is the new hourly opening candle, and I see it get a little bit wild sometimes. I don't see any news. I thought it was weird that Elon dodged that Bitcoin commercial. All right. Well,
I did not watch much of the event, honestly. But yeah, we're good to close here. I know we got a meeting in a little bit too.
yeah, I'm about to hop here. Can you trade gold? Yes, gold futures are trading right now. Actually, moving up here. Gold futures up since the open here, pretty nicely. Gold futures there. So you can trade. Really, you can trade anything that's a future. You can pretty much trade. The prop firms will let you trade almost anything. Here, let me tell you guys what's the list of things that I can trade. Copper, British pound, heating oil, lean hogs, copper, or micro copper, wheat, metal, the Dow Jones, Russell, oil, gold, platinum, natural gas, the euro, Swiss franc, the yen. There's a lot of things. Those are currency futures. There's commodity futures, all kinds of stuff. All those are on the list. There's way more than that too, but that's just like even on the prop firms, that's what they let you trade. If you are trading, so like, is there a better time of day for futures? Is a good question. Is the Asia open right now? I thought it was in another hour. Maybe that, yeah, I think the Asia open is right now. I think you're right. The daylight savings time's gonna be all messed up too. Yeah, it's gonna come all the way back up. Dadgummit. Probably could have stayed in that trade. It's gone. That's fine. I have $600 more than I had an hour ago, so.
All right, dude. Make sure you use code Wolf for whatever you're on.
But yeah, you can trade. Oh, you want me to trade gold right now? That's what she's asking me to trade gold right now. Gold, I want to short it, but I don't want to short it right here. It's either shorted against 4,000, or I think it does come probably much higher. Look at this chart.
You like the emoji, right? I know they're not good, but like at least we have some emojis. It's fun.
Oh, they love the people love the emojis by the chat all day long. I know you were a little busy today. I was blowing up the emojis today. Look, I'll tell you what. I watch gold a lot. I trade it every once in a while on a big catalyst. I'll start watching a little bit more. Maybe we're working a little bit more gold. I agree with Jahan. So trading, so you have the Asia Open. You usually get some kind of volatility like you see right now. I just didn't realize what time it was, to be honest. London Open is a really good time, like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., that area. You can usually find a nice pivot for the day, or at least for the entire pre-market session. And then, of course, like the normal New York trading hours are the best, right? So I don't like to trade the first like 30 minutes of the market. Every once in a while, I'll get a little trade in, but it's very situational. But from like 10 a.m. on until about noon, and then from like 2 to 4 are the most optimal times during the day, and that's in Eastern time. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, I'm going to shut this stream down. Evan, anything you want to say other than code Wolf?
Nope, use code WolfX at Apex, WolfX. But no, I appreciate it. I'm surprised you're still alive. What platform is that empty? You got a last minute X comment as well. Shout out to the X crew. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, make sure you give it a like, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell button. If you're here this deep into it, I'm sure you have all those things already. So we just appreciate you, Nancy, and Mixed Madness, and Jared, and Jahan, and Pablo, and a bunch of you else, Dom, etc. these shows are pretty much only as good as the live chat. You guys coming in and engaging. It's a little cycle that you is difficult to get going, but once you do, it can be pretty great. And I know I've been tuning in throughout the day a little bit, and he's been doing some good stuff. So we appreciate you. We appreciate the chat for being.
This trade's gonna play out.
This live stream as possible, you know. So thank you to everyone, and shout out to Emp. If you're watching on X, you know, make sure you like you like more of the tweets from the Wolf Trading account. There's one that I posted that if it gets a certain amount, Jordan will get a tattoo. I could have maybe negotiated that if I got some like leverage, but it didn't really happen. So he's safe for now. Maybe we'll get him to get like a piercing or something. Emp's gonna pierce his eyebrow if the next post from the Wolf Trading account. Thanks. Guys, just trading here. All right, have a good one. I'm gonna go do my own thing for a little bit anyway. He entered into another trade. Guy will be live for the next hours.
Sorry,
Shout out Jehan, Pablo, Arij, Kaiki. That's an interesting name.
I would like this trade way more if it was
X M in the chat. Belly button piercing for Jordan, Pablo says. All right, I'll make that one today's.
the platform. I was gonna try to see if I could show you guys my stuff real fast. It's on the desktop app. It's an issue, and I have to go in and like turn all these settings on. But what I'm showing on screen is just trading view. I think we're gonna get the rest of my move that I wanted earlier. That's why I'm trying to scalp it.
And dude, we got the whole day live stream tomorrow. I'm just remembering.
Yeah, I'll be here until like 2, and then I gotta go to the airport. Oh, they're selling it right back off.
We gave a whole goodbye. You're not leaving. All right, I'm out. Peace.
I'm in the middle of a trade. Yeah, man. Sorry, I just like bought this long here to try to scalp it back. Sorry, I gotta get out of here, guys. I'm trading on demon time here. Oh, we got a gift from Evan. Evan W's in the chat. You would do that while I'm in the middle of aggressively trading this for no reason. King's Faces with the new membership there. For your membership, you get all the. We're gonna put a bunch more emojis on there, by the way. All right, guys. I'm trying to take this trade up here. I'm worried about this upper wick, though. All right, I got to jump off here because I got to get stuff done. I got to get stuff ready for tomorrow. Appreciate all you guys. Make sure you give us a like, subscribe, of course. So if you're here at this point, I'm assuming you're already subscribed. All right. Yeah, I gotta go or I'm never gonna get off here. All right. Love you guys.